Hi, this is Tanya with Texas Turner Rascals, and I didn't want to go to bed today, so I decided I would be on here and share some little bitty secrets that I've been learning, trial by error, other people trying to, kind of giving me ideas of what to do, and so I kind of found my own, and I got my absolute dream kit from Miss Kirsten, and she was so honest with me with his condition, the pictures, and everything. She showed me everything, y'all, and I'm just like flabbergasted at having him. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to show you how you can take the paint off of your kit without ruining it and without having to spend hours and hours and hours. Now, I don't know anybody else that does this because I have not seen it at all on a video or anything like that. So if y'all do it and y'all are secretly doing it, I figured it out. So anyways, I already started on this one. I just wanted to show you the befores and afters because I am taking pictures of before. Do not say anything ugly about what Kristen, because she did tell me everything that was wrong with it, and I still chose to get him for my birthday. It was the kit that I was after, so I can make him something just for me. This was my birthday, and I love his hair and everything, but because of the way the marks and stuff, I can't match that, so it's all going to have to go. And then pray that I can get him looking way better, or at least to him, because whoever did this did a fantastic job. It's just, he's been through the mill and everything. He's got little scratches on his little ears and in his hair and on his face. He's so cute though. He's like my total dream kid. And I have one more coming, and that's Patience. And then I think I'm done with my kits as far as collection wise. Then I'll just be working on making other people's babies. So I absolutely love it. And today I was able to make all 3 of the giveaway babies. And so that anybody wouldn't be harping on me about fake kits or what have you, then I gave, the first one is a Blinken. The second one is an Ashton Drake. And then the third one is... what was the third one? Oh, it was an Ashton Drake too. It was Hootie, or however you pronounce that name. So anyway, let's get back to this. First, before I start, I do have my commercial breaks. Because even though he doesn't have eyes, it's so making me want to put him eyes in there. I love waking them up, but I don't think it would be a good idea with this kit because the eyes are too close and squinchy. And even if I was to give him that peekaboo look, I think I might ruin his kit, and I don't want to do that. So with further ado, my commercial is the Eye Witch. Her name is Cindy Rain Wilward, and she does amazing eyes, y'all. I could not, I don't know anybody else that can do any better than what I've seen her do. And she not only does them, she sends COAs with them. How cool is that, getting eyes with COAs? Not only that, she pours them herself. She does not mass produce them. So each one is individually poured for you. The colors you want, the theme you want, things like that. I've gotten so many of them now from her that I'm not even just putting them in my babies. I'm also making the babies for the eyes, if that makes any sense. But anyway, her name is Cindy Rain Wilward. She also has the Cincher-Winged Enchanted Children, and also known as the Eye Witch. So just look her up. Tell her that the Texas Turner Rascals has sent you. And that's our commercial break, and let's get to what I was going to do. So what I have here is the Nino kit, again, in case anybody didn't see what I was doing or the camera wasn't right. I am going to have to completely strip him. I was going to match the paint on him, but there was too many spots on him. Now, whoever did him, like I said, did a fantastic job on him. It's just he needs a little makeover. Well, a complete makeover. So, and then here's his kit, his arms and stuff. And I got him from Kirsten, and she was so honest, y'all, to me. I've never actually gotten a kit that had boo-boos on it that was totally honest with me like her. And I'm telling you, I'm flabbergasted because she was so honest. But as you can see on here, there's a lot of little spots and things that there's just no way I can just patch up. So I'm going to teach you, in case you don't know, always artists can either pass on information, learn information. It's always good to help others what you know, and they help you with what they know. And that makes you each better artists. And then you become friends as well. So friends are amazing, especially when you get real friends, y'all. I thought I had a real friend, but she turned out to be a very bad person. So we won't go there, though. But I'm going to show you how I do this, stripping the kit. And y'all are always wondering how fast and why I'm able to do things faster. Well, the first one is I don't really have a life. I'm stuck at home all the time unless I'm at the doctor's or the hospital. So y'all keep me busy. So what I do is I have right here, I do not use the fingernail polish remover because that's just too much for me. I just go straight for the alcohol, put it in a little spout thingy, and if you can see down here, all I do is you can just squeeze this right here where it comes up, and you can put your little toothbrush or whatever, and it keeps it from wasting too. Then you just take your little kit here, whatever piece you want, and watch this magic. You can do it like this, so if you don't have a brush like I'm going to have, but you literally can get these at the Walmarts for $5. And it's going to do some amazing things that I'm about to show you. And of course, it's got to be a unicorn. So, now watch this. Now I just put a little bit of that alcohol on there. But then you got these. They say that they make toothbrushes more than just for teeth. Well, I'm about to show you a new one. Watch this. Turn this on. Looky there. Look at that. I'm going to let you see that in real time too. And it gets the cracks. And then when and it doesn't tear the vinyl up at all. It's very gentle. I can only use kids' toothbrushes because of my mouth and everything being small for one thing. But another because I have a cleft palate. So it has to be something gentle. But man, look at that. I wanted to show you. Let me turn this off a minute. Let you see the before. And that's only been a few, I don't even know if it's been a minute yet. But I mean, like, watch this. I'm going to grab a different one that has more on it. So you can actually see that I'm not telling the truth, not telling a lie, sorry. But now this one you actually see I have not touched at all. This one has been touched a little bit because I've been working on it. But this is in real time. I'm going to show you. Again, you can either pour the alcohol in a thingy or you can actually just literally push this down, and you don't want none squirting on you, so you want the brush over it. And then this is the one, like I said, that hasn't been touched. Just going to roll it over. I'm not pushing on it or anything, y'all. I'm just letting it go over it. Look at that. Would you look at that? It takes off first the top part, so you can do it in layers even. It doesn't tear it up at all. And then, if you just keep it on there for a second, look. Watch. Do. Oh, and by the way, also, I have an ileostomy, and so I get supplies with alcohol and things like that. So people are always wondering, like, how do I put eyes in that doesn't have the frame, you know, in the sockets or anything? It's because I have secret little supplies and stuff like that, and I don't mind sharing at all. Look at that. That way you can see that. That's only been a few seconds. To where if you're doing this on the reel, I'm going to show you on the reel. Okay? I have this little spongy here, right here. We're going to do it on the reel. And let's do a spot that hasn't been touched. Okay, that spot has not been touched. We're going to just wipe it over there, just like the toothbrush. And I'm telling you, unless you put elbow grease in this too, you're not going to get that off. I mean, even pushing hard on that, look at that. You're going to be there all flipping day. I ain't got all day to do just one kit. I'm usually doing 2 or 3, sometimes 4 at a time. So now we're going to go back to this one. Oh, no, I'll show you still on this one. That way you can see exactly what I mean. There we go. Going to turn that bad boy on. And look at there. And just so you can see that I don't have to do it with a power brush, this one doesn't work anymore. I ran it out. It has a need charge. But look at this. You can do it with your hand too. So if you ain't got no power brush, it does it too. Look at that. And as you see, I'll even hold it with 2 fingers so you don't think I'm pushing down on it. Just, you can go in circles, you can go up and down, and it's a very soft brush, so it is not tearing the vinyl, it's not scratching it. If you need like certain little spots done and you want the rest of it to be that way, like sometimes I'll do a little spot like if I'm making it up. And the key is don't go straight around the edges, because then that makes it look really bad. But I learned from a lady just the other day that if you do a little bit of dot in the middle and then work your way out, it blends so much better and it looks more realistic. So you're going to see a lot of different changes in me. See, this one doesn't work like I told you. So no tricks, nothing. I ran it out. This one charges, so whatever. But like I said, all you need is just a little bit of alcohol and just rub it just like that. And really, that's all there is. Look at that. And that was just, I don't know how long we've been on here, but that was just in that amount of time. So now I'm going to set that one to the side because we're going to work on this one. And I need to work on this one before I get all hunky-dory and try to go too much on there. But yeah, just rub it on there. And then you're not going to be here all day doing this. I don't know how interesting this is to show y'all or to watch. I don't know. Sometimes I just like watching things like this because it's pretty cool. When people are doing stripping kits and making them themselves. The befores and afters. That's one reason why whenever I'm doing other people's kits for them, I love doing the befores and afters because, number one, they get to see the whole process. Like, say I did this much on your kit. I would take a picture of the front and the back and I would send that to you after you've already gotten your first picture of how it was before. Because that shows you not only am I working on it, but I even do real time on it. I like my customers and stuff. They're like, okay, when you get this amount, when you're doing this, can I see it? I'm like, yeah, sure. So whenever I'm doing it, look, I'm not even using alcohol now. It's just whatever's left on it, and it's still getting it. Look at that bad boy. And like I said, look, it is super soft. It's a kid's toothbrush. Those are the best, I'm telling you. The adult ones can get really hard, so you want to be careful with that one. Like this one right here, it's super soft because I got the bristle 4 softness. But they come in different things. I would stick with the softness. Now, even though you probably could get it stripped more and faster with a harder one, it may scratch your vinyl. And I'm not taking responsibility for teaching you to scratch your vinyl. It ain't my business. No. Not today. Not tomorrow. I'm teaching you the way it will not at all ruin your vinyl. And also, you can tell, like, if the alcohol is going to ruin it, or, you know, however it's using at that moment. You don't have to keep scrubbing and then later on find out, oh crap, you ended up ruining the vinyl or scratching it even. As you see, that's super smooth. There is no scratches whatsoever. So, now that you like watching this, I'm going to do this whole kit. I'm thinking about it because I can't sleep. I have a lot of things going on with my mom. She had passed away in August. And so I'm having to deal with not only taking care of her house and land and making sure that gets sold and done. But my realtor said, I was one of the first ones, I think I was the first one, that ever came to her where I'm ready to start selling and I already have the buyer with me. So, that's pretty cool. I try really with people to make sure it's the least complications as possible, because I have enough complications in my life. I like having some fun, and just like, this absolutely just like mesmerizes me doing stuff like this. I really like it. So anytime you'll need help or anything, just message me or something. Now, if my thing says that I am spending time with my kid and TV, all you gotta do is leave a message, because I'm not gonna mess with you while I'm watching TV and eating dinner with my kid, because I've had too many close calls, and I refuse to let that be something that I don't do with them. I'm just not. And I hope y'all understand that I'm not a 24-hour, well, it kind of contradicts that, because I do, service, and I know I get things done really fast, y'all, and y'all are used to me having things done really fast. But please be mind, if there's sometimes that I can't right then and there, don't call me out in the room and tell me that you want your PIPA done and you want it done now, whenever it's been here a week. And as soon as I got it, all I was supposed to do is weigh it and send it back. Then she ended up getting all fussy about a $100 gift certificate whenever I paid for the PIPA. And then the other was the shipping, supposed to be the shipping. But then whenever it got here, she wanted it rooted. She wanted it painted. She wanted it taken completely more than what the factory wanted it. So I was like, that costs money. And I'm putting my money, I do my kits that are already taken care of first. I'm not going to take one off and then put another one on in its place because they demanded it. I do the ones that are paid for first, and I'm sorry if that bothers people, but that's what pays my bills. I'm sorry, but if I'm doing like favors or something like that for you, then just please be considerate of other people and let me do theirs too. Because messaging me 24/7, asking me about your kit and everything, whenever I do pictures the whole entire way through, and I send them. Not only that, I also do a end of the road slideshow, so you get pictures of everything, including extras, even whenever I do box openings and things like that. I only ask for a little bit, and I'm telling you, my prices, I don't know anybody that's that does everything that I do is for the price that I do it, and that's probably choking my own self, but I really, really like helping people, but I also have to go to reality and pay bills, because I almost ended up homeless helping everybody, so that wasn't good. That was not good at all. But as far as making the kits and doing them for y'all and everything, I have no problem. I love doing it. I love reading hair. I just absolutely love everything about it. So when an artist told me that I couldn't do it, telling me that I shouldn't be an artist, you know what? I can be whatever I want to be. I don't need her approval. I really don't. And I hope I'm staying in the camera here so y'all can actually see this in real time. Look at that. Is that not wild? That is so wild. And the thing is when the stops, you just pop in a battery and you got it to go again. And like I said, you don't even have to use that. I just do because, I don't know. I think the humming thing is a sensory thing as well, because it's relaxing. Don't nobody go getting all wild and stuff about humming noises and all that stuff, because this is just a toothbrush. See, you can even hear it. It's not loud at all. And look at there, it even gets the finger. See that? Look at that. Isn't that awesome? It got that finger real quick, and then it's gonna get its finger too. Look at that. Would you look at that? That is just so cool. I amaze myself sometimes. It's crazy. I come up with the craziest things too, especially like whenever I have insomnia in my manic episodes. See, I have bipolar, but it's not the bad bipolar. I mean, I'm not like mean to people or like that. Now, I don't know about menopause when it hits, but with my bipolar and stuff, all it does is it gives me more energy on days that I should be sleeping. That's about it. I get so much done, and my imagination goes nuts, y'all. Like, that's whenever I come up with those ideas with my alternative babies. If y'all seen some of them wild ones, I don't know. I just end up, look at that, even in the cracks. It's just so crazy like that. And then, like I said, whenever you just need some more, and look, you don't waste all your alcohol. You just get what you need. And then you just run it across. That's it. And it's not sticky or stinky or anything. It just gets it. And like I said, it does do it in layers, but it's coming. I mean, I'm not doing anything other than just doing this, and it's coming off. But I think this kit itself is this color, if I'm not mistaken, because that's what it is inside. And I don't know. I don't think anybody painted inside it. I really don't. That wasn't smart. Not at all. I almost shot myself in the eye, y'all. That would have hurt. Okay, I did shoot myself in the eye just a little bit. Don't do that. Don't do what I do at home, okay? Always practice safety. Now that's nice. That's looking real nice. I'm just gonna be doing this so y'all can, watch which part y'all want or whatever. This is just gonna, I don't know, I guess leaving it on now. I'm not so shy about the camera anymore, and I get to be behind it, so it's not no big deal. But I'm also just, it keeps me from being lonely, actually. But I guess I can say it like that. I haven't, really been in a relationship in over 3 years. And I don't know if that's because I'm scared to, or if it's because of my ileostomy and I'm kind of self-cautious. I haven't figured that out yet. But I want to make sure that my bar is a lot higher than what it's been with my past relationships. Because, yeah, I was married, and it was not a good marriage. It was not healthy. And I just kept going back and forth to it because it's all I knew, even as a child. All I knew was just abusive, yelling, screaming. I thought that was normal, and it's not. And if y'all are out there and y'all are having to deal with that, just don't. I wasted over 10 years of my life in a very super abusive relationship. And, yeah, all I'm doing now is just because I've already gotten the paint off, is I'm just doing this so you can actually see what I'm doing, what I have. Look at that. So you couldn't see it a while ago because it's still got the paint going, but all you got to do is literally wipe it off and it's coming, and then you can actually see what work you've done. Look at that. The whole thing. Even in the cracks are coming out. So, yeah. And I can't smell it because, I mean, it's just a little bit of alcohol at a time, so it's not bad. I'm going to put a little bit down here so I can just kind of like go with it. Not only that, hopefully I won't squirt myself in the eye again. Oh, I do some darndest things, I'm telling you. Accident prone. That's why I'm sitting in my chair right now, because, yeah, it's safer. I'm going to sit there and get that. Yep, I did get it. Just making sure I did. And see, that's all I'm literally doing is just wiping away the excess from the toothbrush, what it's gotten, so that I can see what else I need. Look at that. That is wild. It really is. And I'm sure y'all can think of other ways to do it. And if you can, you know, let me know. Because this is what I'm doing. And it works for me. And it's not as hard on your hands either. I have a lot of issues with my hands. And this just like, it's like brushing your teeth, but only body parts. It is wild, I'll tell you that. There we go. You don't want to put the toothbrush in there while it's going, because it will splatter on you too. Yeah, even in the cracks. Let me do it a little closer here. Alright, let's see what we can do here. There we go. Now you can see me better with what I'm doing. That's literally all it is. And you don't have to push it, because you can just hold it there, just like you're brushing your teeth. That's it. I just said not to do that, didn't I? But it didn't splatter this time because it's in a plate. Look at that. I know I say look at that a lot, don't I? That's alright. You'll be alright in the morning. You know, one thing about me, I used to do Bob Ross paintings and sell them to help get my kids school clothes and whatever else, because I was in nursing whenever I was in a car wreck, and I haven't been able to work real jobs, as they call it, since then. I always had medical issues, but that really exacerbated my medical, plus the wreck was so bad that they had to bring me to. And my friend Thomas, if he wasn't behind me whenever the wreck happened, I don't know what would have happened, because him and one of my mom's husbands, they had to rip the door off the handles after the fire department used the jaws of life to try to get me open. They still couldn't get it open. So my stepdad and Thomas ended up ripping it apart. My dad ended up ripping part of his arm trying to get me out of there. And I was with my 10-month-old kid, and she hit me head on. I was in a tank, but she was able to, in a 94 Honda Accord, bring my whole front end of that tank on me. Literally, when I say a tank, it was a big old boat that had, get this, Love Boat spray painted across the side of it. I'm not joking when I tell you this either. If you ever looked it up online, it was back in August 28th of 2000. So yeah, it's been quite some time ago, but when it did happen, I lost a lot. I mean, I had to find ways to do everything all over again. I don't know, it just like broke me, not only because I gone to school, I did what I was supposed to, as they say, supposed to. you do you. That's what I've learned how to do, because even when I've done it the right way, kept going back and forth to school, college, or whatever, I got so bored being stuck on disability and stuff that I literally put myself through school like 4 different times with different degrees. And even though I did all that, I still could not put it to use and go to work. I just couldn't. I started having seizures when I did start working at Walmart in the vision department. And other than that, all I could do was babysit, raise everybody else's kids. Yeah, just do whatever I had to do to get the kids what they needed, and that's what I did. Bartering is what my grandma taught me, and I'm telling you, one thing that she taught me growing up, and, you know, they say, you know, blood is not relatives. I literally, when we came to Texas, I adopted my own family, including my own grandma, and she is just an amazing, powerful woman that I just looked up to. Now, I was a little shit whenever I was around and everything when I was younger. Still can be sometimes. But that woman taught me more things. And another lady that I call her mom, taught me so much, even through all the stuff that I had been through with my own mother. And I learned that family is what you make of it. It's not always blood. It isn't. And that woman taught me that when you have a skill that other people need and want, then you always will have something to do. Always. And something to give life. So if you ever think that you're not worth it or you can't do a thing, just know I'm telling you right now you can. And if you don't know what you can do, I'm more than welcome to sit there and walk you through it and help you, and us even figure it out together. There's got to be something. People say, oh, I don't have a creative bone in my body. You really do. You got a left brain, you got a right brain, and I'm telling you, if you just let one of them loose, you'll actually see what you can create. Because I've had a lot of friends tell me that they just couldn't, and then I saw some of the things, even working with them, painting pictures and things like that, and they were like, oh my gosh, I actually did this. And I'm like, yeah, you did. You let your mind just kind of go, and not caring about what everybody else cares about. And I've always told people, you are your own worst critic. And don't ever ask your husband or anything how your work looks, because they're always going to want to support you. Ask other people that will be honest with you. I know that sounds funny, but it is so true. So true. And it can go back the same way too. A wife or a husband, even a child or whatever. Luckily, I've got one that will tell me straight up, hey, you know, this looks like crappy, or, well, she doesn't say that. I can't say that. She will say, like, okay, well, if you did it this way, or have you thought of doing it this way, and it will look more realistic, you know, things like that. Just constructive, not destructive, because you can stop somebody from doing something as much as you can encourage someone. So just always remember that. I think we would have more creative people if we didn't have people pulling them down. I really do. And if artists aren't going to share their work, you know, because how do you think they became an artist? They didn't just wake up and say, you know what, I think I'm going to paint me a doll and do it perfect. I'm sorry. I've seen some that actually, you know, did really good on their first ones, and I'd be like, whoa, that's your first, and yeah. But then there's this one artist that claims that something is their first, and I'm telling you right now, this is storytelling. Ooh, I say bullshit, bullshit. Don't use the S one, use the C. Bullshit. Yeah. Because I can prove it. I've gotten their work, and I've gotten their boo-boos, and strip them and redo them, fix them, whatever, putting my touch on it, because even though I'm not the best artist or whatever, I really still like doing some of my own work. I really do. Especially on my alternative babies. And people ask me, why do I use, why do I take another kit that's made one way and make it into an alternative baby? And most of the time, I get babies that are boo-boo babies, and like with my Seraphina, which is a fairy unicorn, and she's huge. She's the wand kit. Well, when I got her, she had a lot of boo-boos inside and out of her vinyl, and so I did what I wanted to do with it, and I just invented her, basically. And then whenever I got done with her, I was absolutely flabbergasted that I actually did that. And then I was like, how can I make it better? So you know what I did? I took some tree lights, tea tree lights. Anyway, tea tree lights, and I put them in her head, and she glows, and she talks, and she does all kinds of things, animated, and she is sold too. Matter of fact, she sold last month, and now she has a new home, and her mommy absolutely loves her. So she's got like, I think she's got like probably close to 20 of my babies. A couple of alternatives. I made the elf one for her, and then Seraphina, and I made some silicone ones, little baby silicone ones, and then I think that's almost there where we can just wash it and go. Yeah, I do say wash, I'm sorry. You know, why do I even apologize for what I say and do? Because it's just me, and I want you to know me, the real me, not, you know, somebody that's saying, you know what, this is what I am, and you're something totally different when you're behind the, you know, out of the camera view. Nah, I'm just gonna let you be, I'm just gonna be real with y'all, and just let you know the real me, and, yeah, hopefully you make your own opinions. And, as far as the scamming thing, whenever I first started, I got called a scammer. And I'm like, dude, I have done everything to keep from being called a scammer. Like, multiple times. I've just, like, sat awake hours and hours to make sure I got that kit not only done, but sent. Because I was like, I do not want people thinking I'm a scammer or anything. I go out of my way, and I do extras. And so then I started having people that would message me and tell me, hey, if you don't do this, then I'm going to do this. Well, they do. And people are, you know, instead of investigating and asking them for proof, you know, because I've had people come and tell me or out me in front of people, and then I would post those darn screenshots, and they would be like, I am so sorry, they told me this, and they're my friend, and then come to find out they're not even really friends. They were just they sent them a doll. I'm like, okay, well, if you're friends, that's one thing, but they're lying to you. So if I ever get told again that I am a scammer, I'm telling you what, I will post and blast that crap, because I don't want to ruin my name that I've busted my butt to do and get over a doll. I'm sorry. I love them as much as y'all probably do, and then some, but I am not going to ruin my reputation over one. I'm just not. We almost got that one completely done. This is just pulling off the extra from, well, my little thingy didn't want to work because I've been pushing it upside down. Oh, yeah, look at that. And I know we've been on the same one because I've been jabbering and everything, and, but it's still in record time, I guarantee. Well, maybe not for everybody, but for me it is. If I do it the other way, you're having to get toothpicks and all kinds of things, and I've got those right here, so I can get the cracks and crevices. I don't use regular toothpicks. I use these ones that have the little tiny bit of cotton on them, but nothing that will pull out anything, if that makes a difference. Because if you use the regular cotton Q-tips, they do have cotton that leaves out on them, and you don't want that at all. And you can get these on the Temu or the AliExpress, like hundreds of them for $1. It's just like easy. And yes, I do get some supplies from Ali and Temu, but they're supplies that I can use and throw away and not have to worry about my pocket too. So it's alright. If you want to go to a craft store and you want a $50 Q-tip, you just go right on ahead. But I ain't got time for no $50 Q-tip that's going to do the same exact thing that little bitty one is going to do. That's less than a penny. So I'll keep my penny Q-tips, and you can have your $50 Q-tips, and we'll be all right. And see, I already got all that off. That's what I got with the toothbrush and stuff. So that shows you what's gone. Did I not have it in view or something? But see where the cracks are, even those are coming out. That's when you want to take your little toothpick and you just want to roll it back. And if you had a regular toothpick, that might be scratchy, but because it's got that little bit of cotton on it, it don't do that. It just gets that stuff out of the cracks. Because you do not want to leave anything in your crack at all. Because if you leave stuff in your crack, it's going to look dirty. No different than your booty. You want to keep that clean. And don't spray yourself. I actually have a guard on me now. It's like, spray me once, that's my, that's an accident. Spray me again, that's my fault. So, we shall continue. I'm going to use the big one right now because it's bigger in my hand. If y'all are beeping me, I can't see the thingadoochie. It's on my my Temu tripod. So, as you can see, it's holding y'all. It's not wiggling and all that stuff. It's actually holding my little $12 Temu tripod and it even has a light ring on it. So, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that worked much better. I stuck my finger on it. And I'd like to tell all y'all hi that is watching. And see, look at that. Like I said, it's like brushing your teeth. And did you know that dental floss also gets in your cracks? So, if it'll work on your teeth, guess what? Ta-da! It'll work on your vinyl. I also use these, but different ones, on my silicone as well, by the way. So you don't have to sandpaper it. People are like, oh, you need to sand it and get that paint off. No, you don't. Really. You don't. And I'll show you one day on my silicone ones, but right now I've been doing my vinyls, so we'll just stay on the vinyls. Usually I have music going, but I don't know how that affects on the staying live and them picking up on music or not. I don't know how that works. This is all new to me, y'all, so if y'all can help me out with that, if it's okay to listen to music whenever you're doing this. But then if I'm listening to music in my hearing aids, y'all ain't gonna hear me. because I ain't gonna know what's going on. I have to wear my hearing aids even to be on the phone because I can't hear. And that's why I got hearing aids. I can hear some things though, like certain pitches, things like that. If you're in front of me talking, then I can see your lips and then I make it out with the words. But 9 times out of 10, if you're really talking to me and I don't have my hearing aids on, my brain and my ears do not work together. They just don't. They hear one thing and you're saying another. But it's alright though. I gotta go and get me some new ones because those I've had a long time. I think it's like every 2 years that I have to go get checked and get them changed out and stuff like that. It's a pain in the butt. But it's a necessity if I want to know what's going on in the world. And we are almost done with this, believe it or not. I don't know how long it's taken, but you know, I'm not really rushing it because I just want to spend some time with y'all. And I'm not ready to go to bed yet. I'm just wide awake. Look at that. Y'all see all that, right? This isn't not me making it up. I did get told that there's no way that I can do it that fast or I can do that work. And they're like, no, somebody else did all that work. And I'm like, oh, you want to bet? You want to bet? I got pictures to prove it otherwise. They're like, yeah, but the colors and everything else. I'm like, no, I stripped that thing and I stripped it all the way because you can't just halfway strip it, y'all. You really can't. It will show. It really will. Because when I was practice doing them, I would like do a halfway down and I would leave what they had and then I would do what I do. And then I would be able to compare, you know, from the cracks, or the creases, sorry, not the cracks. The creases, the fingers, I literally would just split this completely down and paint one side and leave the other side painted. And that was like, it was pretty interesting, it really was. And then I was like, no, that ain't gonna work. I can't match all that. Now, I did start getting good at matching colors, and I think it's because of doing the Bob Ross paintings. And then, of course, being in school, learning the color wheel. So, but still make mistakes and still trial by error. Literally, with every kit, it's something different. And especially if somebody else has already painted it, you have your goods and your bads with that because, look at that. See, even in that crack where little Mr. Nino is hard to get. Let's see if I can focus it there. There you go. Right in that little crack. There you go. Let's see if it's going to focus. There we go. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. And that's all I do right there. And then it'll get it. And then you can take your little Q-tip, whatever you choose to use, and you can stick it in that crack. Because that is a crack. That's not a crease. That's a crack. Those are creases. And then I'm fixing to take my little makeup wedgie and wipe it down to so you can see exactly what I've done. Alright, let's take the makeup wedgie. Look at that. Oh my goodness. No elbow grease, nothing. Just plain old alcohol. And, oh, yeah, I should tell you, if you're going to use the alcohol, make sure it's at least 91 proof, I think is what it is. Because if you use the less one, it does take a lot more work. But not the way I'm doing it, because I've even used the, what was it? I can't remember. It was, oh, duh, it's right here. I've even used this before. And it works just as good, but you want to, I use it with my toothbrush. And it doesn't strip, it doesn't ruin the vinyl either. It's just hand sanitizer. And, yeah. Okay, so I wiped that down, so now I need to get my cracks, or creases, sorry. But look at that. Watch. Okay, you see it there. Oh, I need to back up. You see it there. And then you just take your little Q-tip. Just like that. You don't have to push. You don't have to shove it in there or nothing. You just wipe it. Look at that. See? And then by the time this is going to be complete, it is literally going to look like it came in a bag off Bountiful Baby or whatever. I think this one's a better kit. I do have Bountiful Babies, but they are harder to hold paint and they are more difficult to do some of the shading that you want, because sometimes, like I said, I usually get people's work that they've already done and then they want taken off and everything, but you can really stain the vinyl really easy, so you got to be careful. I'm learning now that from some of my artist friends, different methods and stuff like that, so we will be trying, so I can improve even more with my work that I do for y'all. So everything that I learn, y'all get to benefit from, because we're going to get it done. We just work together. Like I said, look at that. It is just literally coming out of that crack or crevice or crease, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm not pushing on it. If I did, it would break. And that's all I'm doing right there. And then it's coming out. I don't know if y'all can see it because I was holding it down, but it is just coming right on out. And then when it starts getting a little bit more, you want to get some more. But yeah, it's just like, that's it. Okay. And you know how whenever you learn how to do dishes and stuff, and everybody always tells you when it squeaks, it's clean? It's kind of like this. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, that's all I'm doing is just getting the paint that the brush already got, so you can see it. And then I'll move on to another. I don't know how long that took, but, you know, we were having fun. Now, my other ones, whenever I'm doing my own, they don't take this long. I'm just like, just so you know. I mean, it's not long, but it's even faster the way whenever I'm not talking and just getting it done in my little workroom. All right. We're going to go to the next one. Leave that one there. And then after that sets for a little bit, while I'm doing this one, because I kind of like wanted to break or whatever, give it a break, let it set and see exactly what's left. So then I go to another. There we go. And then, there we go. That's all you do, just rub-a-dub-dub, long toothbrushing. That is what you call extended time with brushing your teeth, I guess. But it works. Look at that. That's just a few seconds. I don't even think that was a minute. We're getting her done, I'm telling you. Now this one will probably go a lot faster because I've explained what I'm doing. See, it even gets the nails all nice and pretty. And if I ever use words that y'all can't understand, just all you got to do is Google South slang. You might find a picture of me, I don't know. It could happen. But I say finger, and I say wash, and I say bridges. And I think the longer I talk, the more it comes out. So, yeah, there's that. Oh yeah, that's coming off. Where all those paint rubs and stuff were, it's just like literally coming off. So easy. I can't wait to paint him, y'all. I really can't. And I really hope I do justice with him. He will have red hair still. I will be going with that route, with the red hair, the red eyebrows, and I think even the red lashes, because I think they should all match. I know I see other babies, like you have them with blonde hair and blue eyes or whatever, and then you have really dark lashes. With all the babies that I've taken care of and stuff, I don't always see that. So I'm like, okay, each to their own. It's your baby. You do what you want. But as far as realism and everything, if that's what you're going for, they can be any way, really. Because just when you think one baby looks like them all, then you see another baby with different hairstyles, like longer hair when they're born, a full head of hair when they're born. And then they're like, when you make one like that, they're like, babies don't have that much hair. Oh, bull. They do too. Now my kids, well, one of them, they was so far post-term that he had so much vernix caseosa all over his body and no amniotic fluid in there, and I was in labor with him for 2 days, like literally. And then they finally had to do an emergency C-section, and come to find out that little toot was like, they said 10.5 months, and I know y'all are going to say, oh, that's not possible, but it was. I promise it was. Then, so that was like over 4.5 weeks post-term, and his femur was short because I'm 4'8", and I have a lot of medical issues like spinal bifida and all that. So then they're going to look at him and say, oh, your femur's too short, so they're going to put me back 4 weeks being due on the ultrasounds that they do. And I was like, well, I only had sex like this time, and it was my first, so yeah, no, that's not. The math ain't mathin'. So whenever I had him, that math proved right. So then with my my daughter, she was 4.5 weeks preterm. But even being preterm, it was like 6 pounds. She was 6 pounds 3 ounces, 18 inches long. So I mean, she was pretty good size. And they said on her due date, she was like 10 pounds 2 ounces. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I had to have C-sections with all of mine because of the spinal bifida and the clipophile and the Chiari and stuff. I had to, my pelvic area was too immature and wouldn't do anything. Even with the Cervidil that they give you to make you dilate, it didn't work. Mine says no worky. So, yeah. That, I don't even know how I got on that subject. Oh my gosh. I'm never telling you about everything, huh? So, yeah. And don't worry about it, because I do that even whenever I'm not talking to people, I still talk. So, I was told when I was born I would never do that, but I think they should have said I will never shut up. Because that's, yeah. I sing to myself, I talk to myself. As long as I'm not answering myself, which sometimes I do, then I think I'm okay. Yeah, look at that. The little hand is so cute. I just like, the first time I saw this kit, I was just enamored by it. I just absolutely fell in love with it. They have this show, or they had this show on Lifetime. I'm not sure if it shows anymore, but called Little People, Big World, or whatever. And by seeing those kind of shows and everything, it made me feel so much better, and like not feeling like all my issues and medical problems were, you know, avoidable, that I couldn't do anything because of it. When I saw them working and doing all the stuff that they were doing and stuff, and the way they drove, I was like, no, I can do this. And so I even had those wooden blocks, because I had a 76 Chevy pickup, and like I said, I'm only 4'8" on one side, 4'7" on the other. So I took, and when I got that 76 Chevy pickup, I put blocks on the, now mind you, I had to make them special because you don't want them too heavy on the pedals, but I had blocks on there. I was sitting in a car seat. I'm not joking. I'm not joking at all. I wish I was, but there's been several vehicles I've had that I had to sit in car seats. Booster seats, car seats, whatever. Yeah, even I laugh about that, so it's alright. You ever go down the road and you see a little old lady like all the way up to the steering wheel? Well, I had to have a car seat because I couldn't do that even. Yeah, anyways, now that you know that about me. So when I was driving, that's what I had to do. And seeing them and the things that they did to make ends meet, and to drive and run a farm or whatever, all the stuff that I got to see them do, I don't know, it just gave me hope that other people that have disabilities and things can find ways to do it. I thought I would never be able to get my driver's license because of not being able to turn my head, because I don't have a neck, and not being able to do a lot of things, because as you see, if you're ever watching my other videos, it's like both of them do the same thing, and so I just had to find ways to work through that. But yeah, that's, like, I don't tell you all this because of pity or anything. I tell you this because maybe somewhere there's somebody else that, you know, thinks that they can't do something, and then they see or hear somebody else doing it. Maybe it helps them. I've had several messages come back to me saying that by me standing up to a bully artist and not giving up made them want to start back after 4 or 5 years being away from it because of people like her. So I was very happy about that. I was like, if that's all that I got out of that, showing and sharing, it was so worth it. It really was. And that took a lot for me to do, because I'm usually laid back and just take everything that everybody says to me, and this year has been a big difference already, because I've not only stood up to a bully, I stood up to my sister. Usually they can end up, you know, bullying me or getting me to think their way and feeling sorry for them or whatever. And today was a different day, I guess, because I was able to stand up and call out the bull crap. Even had somebody on there that, you know, that they were lying to you and stealing from and things, to actually hear exactly the truth. And it's sad. It really is. It's so sad. But, you know, everybody in that in their family has somebody, or even a few somebodies. I got quite a bit of somebodies in my family that does that. So, we aren't perfect by any means. I got my flaws. They got theirs. You just gotta pray about it and pray for them instead of, criticize them. because it doesn't do really anything to them. It's you that it makes bitter. So, yeah. When my mom passed and everything, there was so much resentment and bitter and anger built up. And then now I'm just like, you know what? They were young. They were growing up with me. You know, by the time they were 20, they had 4 kids. You know, and they didn't have exactly the right role models either growing up. So, education-wise as well. And so the older I got and when I started having my kids, did I realize exactly, you know, this ain't everything it's cut out to be. There's some really hard things to do. And they don't come with instructions. And I damn sure didn't come with instructions. Because everything that I had wrong with me, it prevented a lot of things that I'm sure that they had to give up. And it took me this year to realize it. And I wish I would have before. But yeah. You got somebody out there, a loved one or whatever, no matter how they are with you or around others, just know that those are the ones God gave you. And those are the only ones God gave you. I mean, they might give you other family to call your own, but in the long run, those are it. I mean, you can adopt another mom, but that one ain't the one that had you. So, you can either, you know, be upset to them and not have anything to do with them, or you can just accept them for their flaws and everything and just take it as it's not a personal thing. It's not you. It's something with them that they've learned or they've had to endure that's caused them to be like that. There's always a cause. I know people are making excuses about everything, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty of things, there is always a cause that made them go that way or the reason they are that way. Because God only knows how I am. I was never a perfect mom. Even having my kids and everybody else's kids, I made a crap load of mistakes. And it costed me relationships as well. I mean, it did. Because one thing that I did that I should have never done is I chose a man. And I could sit here and say I never did put a man before my kids, but I kept going back to him because number 1 was blackmail, number 2, that's all I knew. It is. It's all I knew, so I kept going back. But by doing that and being in that position, I was able to help others and understand why others do the things that they do, like stay with them and they're scared to leave or everything. But there's also a time where it comes between health, your life, or you leaving. You either stay there and it possibly happening with all the I'm sorries, and it's never going to happen again, and then it happens and it gets worse every time because they're like, okay, you didn't do anything at this moment, well, let's see what else you're going to do. And I'm not joking, y'all, that if there is somebody that's doing that to you, it will get worse. It will. Just take it from me so you don't have to deal with it. Not only will it be bad for you and worse for you, that could cause not only you losing your life or whatever, but your kids. Just because they don't want you to have them, they could do things to them that, you know, that's ungodly. So just take it from my mistakes, even that if you can get away, there's always a way you can. There's different numbers you can call to get somebody to even come get you. And I don't know if y'all know this or not, but there is a 1-800 number even on your driver's license. So if you're ever out and about and you can't get to anybody else, you can call that. They'll even do free tow. They'll come out and give you gas if you're stranded, and everything, they will make sure that you're safe. I know this because I've had to be in those situations before. That's the only reason why I'm able to say, without a doubt, that 1-800 number on your driver's license that nobody tells you about will help you. It's kind of like an AA kind of thing. That auto help that comes out and helps you. That's kind of what they do. Also, if you don't know that your insurance actually does that, they don't want to tell you that either, but they do. I don't know why they don't give information that would help people. Also, there's places, stores, things. I think Starbucks is one. I'm not sure. But if you go in there, they have this safe place where they can put you while you're trying to hide from somebody. Like, say you leave your house and you're running from somebody and somebody's after you or whatever. There are safe places that can actually help you. You just, I don't know. I learned them from the 211 number. I don't know if different states have different numbers, but I learned it with the 211 that told me places that I could go that would keep me safe. And then not only did they keep me safe and everything, but I was able to end up doing applications and things and got a place that at first, they go by your income, and I'm just like, I thought I could never get away. I thought that that's where it was going to be, staying right there. I don't know. But here it is in the real, man. Y'all know probably more about me now than you ever would have. But I just see, we build real with each other. We help each other. Even as new artists and things like that, and artists that have been doing it, and master artists and things. How do we think it's going to continue with others if we're not the ones that help and you're not the ones that help and share? And instead you're like, okay, you made this too red, so it's ugly, and you shouldn't be an artist. Or, that's just an example, and it's a real example, because that has been said. Babies aren't really that red, I've been told. And you know what? My kid was red as can be, and still was even at 6 weeks old. Hell, she still is when she gets mad. So, yeah, they get mad, they turn red. Got red hair, fire engine, and just the most beautiful person ever, really. Strong as an ox, and it ain't because of me. It's because of all the things that they've had to endure, that they've taught themselves amazing things as well, and artistic, very artistic. It's crazy. It really is. And I can't take full credit for that. But I can only fix with what I got now. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. I was like, is that a stain that's not going to come off? But no, it was just on there from the paint. Whenever I've used the toothbrush, paintbrush, whatever. Yeah, see, that came right off. And I don't know if y'all are commenting on what's going on, but I have to read it afterwards because I can't see it. I don't even know if anybody's on, so, yeah. But seriously, y'all, if y'all ever need any help and want to know certain things, or if I don't know, I guarantee you I'll find out and then I'll tell you. I guarantee. I got that from that guarantee man that used to say, okay, that's a teaspoon, you know, and I guarantee, and then he'd sit there and put it on his hand, and he would measure it out with a teaspoon, and then he would show you. I watched that when I was growing up. That's how it taught me how to cook, other than my grandma, is watching the guarantee man. And then some other cooking shows. I loved cooking shows and art shows and things like that. Anything artistic, anything that, because you can be artistic with your food too, you know. And yeah, you make all kinds of little concoctions and things like that. Okay, that got that paint off. Now let's go to doing some more. We got this right here to do. I mean, whoa, that was a jumping one. There we go. Okay. And I'm not scrubbing it, like I said, I'm not. Just rubbing it, that right there. You can even see it as it goes. See? Bye-bye paint job. And then all you see there is just what I was wiping away like this, watch. Whoop, there it is. See? That's it. That's all there is. Well, I see that Miss Julie is messaging me, but I can't see what Miss Julie is saying. So, I'll have to get to you in a little bit, hon. But yeah, that's coming right on off. There we go. So I really hope that all this helps in more than just an art way, but also safety. Because safety first, always. Especially, you know, for you. Always have a safe place. It doesn't hurt to tell your friend if you ever have like an emergency that you have a code word. So if you're stuck where they won't let you use your phone or they're watching you use your phone, have a code word. Like seriously, I'm not doing that in a joking manner. Have a code word. Even if it's just like a fruit or something like that, if you use that word, then they know either to call, you know, the cops or help you get an ambulance or anything for that matter. But always have a code word, because you probably sometimes can never get out a full sentence or explain to them, but you can always say that word. You can even do the speak on your phone when you're doing that and you're messaging them or whatever. Just always have a safe word. It's always a good thing to do. And I know this is supposed to be about the babies and all that, but you know, we can talk about anything we want to. That guard comes in handy. There it goes, right on out of that crack, too. I did say a few dirty words, y'all, but I don't use other bigger words. I do say shit, damn, and hell. I'm sorry about that, but those are my main words that I use. I don't like the other words, but don't mean I don't use them. I ain't gonna try to pretend like I do, you know, I do use them. There ain't no reason for it, really. But it's what I choose at that moment. And sometimes it's out before it's even back in, so I'm like, oops, my bad. And then I try not to do it again until I do it next time. That didn't make no sense, did it? Yeah, I'll say, I promise I won't do it until it happens next. That's as long as I got. It's got a station life. It's kind of like your vegetables on the store. They get this date on there where it's goodbye and sell by dates. Well, That's kind of what you get with your language. I'll be good until the next time. I almost, oh, wow. I told you this one would go a lot faster. I'm probably going to have to get another wedgie, because this one's purple. I'm going to get a makeup wedgie right quick. Oh, what did I do with my wedgies? I'll find it. This one's a little blue, but you know, I used it earlier, so it's no big deal. It's not going to hurt it. It's just got a tiny bit of blue there. There we go. I want the side anyways. Then you can see what I did. So, now that I got everybody's attention, if they're on here, or when they do watch this, what's some things that y'all would like to see? Like, we could talk about anything. It doesn't always have to be about reborns, as you saw. We can be real on here. All we're doing is we're working. We can still talk. No different than if y'all were sitting in here in front of me. It's just the only reason why I do it this way is because, oh, you know what? It kicked it that way. I'm so sorry. There we go. When I turned to get the wedgie, it kicked, my foot kicked the tripod. And y'all probably got dizzy because I don't know what y'all saw from there. Probably my room. It's a mess. It's got babies everywhere because I'm getting them ready to go out. I'm packing boxes as I speak, so it's just like a lot going on in here. And my kid's going to help me rearrange my room to where I have one side workroom and baby room, and then I have one side that's completely mine, so that we can be doing things like more in a baby room setting, because I really like my unicorns and stuff, and I really want to set them in the rooms. Like now I got like unicorns all over my walls, but I want to set up the baby room side so that whenever I'm going in there, I know what clothes to get, to send out in boxes instead of having to go through a box to go through a box. Yeah, so now it's just like it's in sizes, but I still have to go through it. And y'all have to understand that with me being with ambulatory problems, I have to get my kid to help me too. So whenever y'all are wanting me to get clothes or see if I've got a kit or anything like that, it's as fast as I can get it, because between working and everything, I have to get my kid to help me. So that's the only reason why it takes so long to do things. Because, number one, both my hands do the same thing. Number two, I can't reach everything. And don't worry, because I'm just as tall in my wheelchair as I am standing up. So, yeah, there's that too. Be like, I need to get one of them ones that raise up on me. I'm just getting in the crack there. That's gone now. Look at that. Nino is going to have complete makeover. And he will be a boy, because whenever I look at him, I just see boy. I've seen some girl babies dressed like girls and stuff, but it's just not mine. I don't get that vision. Y'all may, because I've seen some really cute ones with little bows and stuff like that on their head. But mine, I'm going to make him a little man and dress him up, bow ties and stuff like that. Yeah, you heard me. I'm going to dress him up like a little man. I don't know, I just think kids are, babies and stuff are really cute in overalls and things like that. I used to put my kids in overalls all the time. I absolutely love overalls. Did you know that overalls also, they make great handles? So like when your kid's taking off and everything, probably shouldn't do this. But like if they're running off and you're in your wheelchair and you can't catch them, you can put a little bungee jumper right between their overalls in the back of them. But don't think they're spring loaded though. You can't pull on them. You just have that there so they can't take off. If you try pulling on it, you may spring load your kid and shoot him across the room. You don't want that. You don't want that at all. It would be like bungee jumping from your chair. This one's already almost done, y'all. Like even the shoulder, look at that. And then I just have to wipe it away. Like I said, I'm doing this in real time, so no gimmicks, no fast forwarding or anything like that. So I think I'm going to call this channel the Texas Turner Rascals. Tell it all. Tell it all. We can talk about anything y'all want to. Well, there are some limits because I think Facebook frowns upon other things. I don't really know their rules either, so I might have broke a few of them. So if you ain't able to see this video whenever you get it, well, that's probably because I broke the Facebook law. I don't know their laws, so this is like all new to me doing this. I've only done a few of them, so if I break the law, whoops, my bad. And we are just about done with this, except for like going back through the creases and things like that, and then wiping it down real good before you paint it. Always wash your products before you paint them, because if you don't, you're going to wish you did, and then you're going to end up saying, oh, I got to strip it again. Yep, you got to wash them things. Make really good sure that you get it all out, because it will show up. Because when you're doing layers, and you're doing certain washes, and you already have a wash on there, or a color on there, you're going to get one place just a little bit too much, and one place not enough, and you don't want that. You really don't. Oh, and now I'm about to show you another little thing that I absolutely love. So, I'm giving all kinds of secrets away. Not secrets, more ways of doing things, or the way I do it. You don't have to do it that way, and you may not be able to because some of the supplies that I use, but if you ever need help, just holler. But here is what I have that I use. It's called Peristoma Cleanser and Adhesive Remover Wipes. It doesn't ruin the vinyl. It doesn't ruin the silicone either. You just take a bad boy and you put it in your hand like this, and you use it just like a baby wipe. Look at that. That's it. And it gets all that stuff off, And sometimes when you're doing painting and taking painting off, it gets sticky. Well, ta-da, this gets it off. And you also can see where you miss little paint spots, and then you can get it off. But you don't have to scrub or anything like that. Just wipe it down just like a baby wipe. And then you can go through your product and see where you need to get it more. Yeah, this one went way faster. So we got a little bit here that I'm going to go ahead and get. And then I'll set it to the side like that one, and we'll start on the legs, because I still ain't sleepy. I don't know, I'm having fun, I guess. And then, see? Tutter. That's some pretty vinyl, actually. Oh, I wanted to tell y'all something. A friend of mine, well, she's a new friend of mine, had all these kits, these sold out kits and stuff, and I got them from her, and they are gorgeous, y'all. She was like, they might be dirty and you may have to wipe them down, but they are not. They are absolutely gorgeous. I've got, let me see if I can remember. I've got Kim. I've got, now I can't remember them all. I've got Arnie. I've got, Jacob. I've got some monkey ones. I've got elf ones. Finn. I got Finn. I've got like so many, and they are not going anywhere because I want to paint them. And unless somebody wants to come over here and paint with me, I don't mind that. But I don't want to get rid of them unless I find a really good reason or to trade. I do those. I do trades. I do trades. But I have so many kits, y'all, and I get them all the time. So because I barter with my work, I get kits. I get what you see, these supplies and stuff. Now this my insurance covers. And my lady that does my insurance and stuff thought that was the coolest thing, to find other things to use them on. So, yeah. They're worth more than just one thing. Just like the alcohol, just like the toothbrush. You can always find something different for it. And look at that. Ta-da! I don't even know how long that took. And I still have some little spots, like I said, but you gotta let it rest too, you know. But, yeah, he's coming along. And then, probably right after I get these orders done and stuff, then I'll finally get to have some me time, like I am right now, because that's when I have my me time, unless I'm already doing an order. But, yeah. Not that one. Where's my other one? Okay, there's my other wedgie. Ah! Okay, that's what I wanted to see, if it was dirt. There we go. Alright. Now this was done with heat set, so it wasn't acrylic, so it's still taking it off like that. I did make sure and ask about that, because I thought, oh, it's just doing it easy because of acrylic. No, it's not. Not at all. It's doing it easy because it's even heat set. It does both of them. Now with acrylic, it does it a lot faster, don't get me wrong. But for this to do it like this, and not have to sit there and scrub with goof off or anything else, I don't know what all y'all use to it. You can also, wipe it down with just about anything, but as far as getting it off, then, yeah. My fingers are turning purple too. But you know what? They're washable. They can stain. But then you take that adhesive remover wipe, or I think it's called Gojo Orange. that mechanics use to wash their hands with. That works too. Not on your vinyl. Don't put it on your vinyl. I'm talking about washing your hands and getting the paint and stuff that's hard to get off you. Only use it on you. I am not advertising it for your vinyls. No, 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 no. And I make sure I'm going to double know that, because I don't want somebody saying, oh, I heard that's what you use, so that's what I did. And then, look what happened. No, 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 no. I did not say use it on the vinyl. I said wash your hands with it. They also have lye soap. Wash your hands. Make sure your hands are clean too whenever you're messing with this stuff. Do, 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 do. Like I said, you just do it just like you're brushing your teeth. I know you don't do this to your teeth. Well, you might. But that's not how you brush your teeth. You're supposed to do little small circles. Remember those dentists that tell you how to brush your teeth? And then now they've changed it and said there's a different way to brush your teeth. I'm like, that's how you told me I shouldn't brush my teeth when I was younger. And now you're telling me that that's how I'm supposed to brush my teeth. No. You can't have it both ways. Look at that. Ta-da! Woo, woo, we're doing it. And then, I think the longest one thing that's going to take is his head, because it's a big one. It's a big, beautiful red-headed. And I hate to let that hair and stuff go, but I can't. I can't run the kit because, like, it's discolored too. And if I just leave it like that and then do the arms and legs, that's not going to look right, y'all. That's going to be like, what do they call it, half button it or A in it. Yeah, I don't want that, because I want this kit and I've loved this kit and I want it to be beautiful. To me, anyways. I don't know if anybody else is going to think it's beautiful when I'm done with it, but I want it beautiful for me. And that's all that matters. And they do say the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but then you hear these other ones tell you different. That's not nice. Because what if that's all they could do? And it's absolutely gorgeous to them. And then you tell them it's ugly. And then they're like, oh my God, I guess it is. That's not nice. Especially new artists telling them that their work is ugly or whatever. Well, I got told I shouldn't. And then I was like, well, let me ask you something. Do you have your work in Sweden? Do you have your work in Canada or anything else? Or does anybody know really who you are? Because I kept asking about that one. I wanted to know if anybody knew, and nobody really knew who it was. But yet there's some, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. We'll just leave it at that and let that go. Roll off the shoulders. Just roll off the shoulders. And I will do like God says, and that's pray for your enemies. So I'll do that. And then ask him also to forgive me for what I have said that wasn't nice. And for the fact that I almost let her make me stop doing something. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing that. I hear you dinging, hun, but I can't do nothing about your ding. But it lets me know somebody's there. So I appreciate that. And we are just chilling. Welcome to my channel. Or my video, anyways. Oh, yeah, and I wanted to tell y'all something. I'll give you another little commercial break. This time on the baby giveaway and the 5-spin giveaway that I'm going to be doing for February, if you are not in my group, or you're only there for a day just to say, okay, I want to be added, I will make a spot where everybody can say that they want to be added, but if they are not participating in there, I am not putting y'all on the wheel, because that was very unfair to the people that have been working their butts off, sharing my group and making my group, saying hi to people that are joining the group and making them feel welcome. It was not fair to them. And there was this one that ended up winning, and I haven't even heard from her. Don't have her address or anything. And I just think that if that's the case, I look to see if they were participating or how they've gotten our group or whatever. And they're in there, but nothing. So I'm like, we will not be doing that. So if you want to be in the free giveaway every month, you don't have to be on every day and posting every day, but you do need to see some participation, some sharing, some. I have a YouTube, I have TikTok. You don't have to have all that, and I'm not going to make you have all that because that's not required. But participation, sharing, and making other people feel welcome to and safe to share in my room. We are growing over 400, y'all. But I will tell you, like I tell you every time, quantity does not beat quality. And as long as we have quality, quantity's fine. But if it gets to be to a point where the quantity is too much and we're getting troublemakers and things like that, because so far we've been open a year now with 4 people on my group that are helping me. Well, 3 people that are helping me in my group, and I thank y'all so much. But if anything else, no. If you have a locked profile that I cannot see, or I look on there and yeah, I've seen some doozies, then no, I'm not going to let you in. I'm sorry. Sorry about your bad luck. You don't have a picture of you and you just got a picture of a dog or a cat? Sorry. Not happening. Just can't do it because, like I said, safety for people that are wanting to share their babies. And then other people come in and they're like say, you don't want that person to know that you have a baby or a reborn. And then they sneak in the group and then they're like, oh my God, that's an ugly baby, or what have you, or spread things about you. No, you should be able to feel safe and have fun in those rooms. I don't want people to not want to do reborns because of other people being ugly and things like that, because where there is ugly, you can find beautiful. Because I intend to keep my group that way, where they can share their babies and be happy and safe and have fun. That's the main thing. Have fun. This world is hard enough on people that have reborns. You don't have to be a douche canoe to other people. And my group isn't all dolls group. And if that makes a problem or whatever, you don't have to be there. And I don't have to have your opinion. And the way I see it is, okay, an artist did sculpt this. And an artist did paint this. But now an artist is stripping this. And then when this artist paints it, it becomes a painted baby sculpt. Say I have a replica baby. And it's a naked kid. Well, you know what? That naked kid does not make it a counterfeit. Once you paint that, that's your work. I'm sorry. It's your work. And I'm trying to do as much research on this stuff as I can. And I always get told, I got told that if I gave y'all replica babies, like for winning and things like that, even from the winners themselves, then I was causing a lot of commotion. I don't know what it was about. All I know is they told me that they couldn't accept a replica because their group wouldn't let them in or whatever. That's so wrong, y'all. They did. They told me if they got a replica baby from me, now if it's full of crap, I don't know, but it doesn't put it past me. But they told me if I was to give them a replica kit and their group found out that they had a replica baby, then they would no longer be able to be in that group. You know what I say to that? If you're in a group that tells you what you can and can't have to make you happy, that ain't the group for you. No different than like if you're in a church and they're telling you that you can't be something and that you have to wear a certain thing and be a certain way, and that's the only way you're accepted. You don't need to be in that church. Because I'll tell you what, God is everywhere, and everybody tells you He's everywhere. And your house can be your church. Your yard can be your church. It's not the windows and doors that make it, y'all. It's the people in it. And if the people in it aren't who they're supposed to be being in it, then yeah, you don't need to be there. Unfortunately, I have not been able to go since I had basically since almost the pandemic of me getting sick and stuff. Really bad, like my immune system shot. I had to have surgeries, and just like, then I haven't been able to be in my church anymore, and so I was watching it on YouTube, and then people that I thought really loved me and cared and stuff, they don't talk to me, they don't check on me, nothing, but I do them, and I'm like, it can't be just people in the church that you contact and want to have something to do with. It has to be everywhere. And you never know that one person that really needs it, and you don't overlook them just because you think they should be a certain way. That's probably why they're that way, is because of people like that. Just being real. And now I didn't want to get on no soapbox about church or anything, but it all boils down to, don't let other people tell you what to do and how you should feel, what you should listen to, what you should be. Because as far as I know, mine accepts me for the way I am. He may not like everything, but He gives me a choice and forgiveness, and I don't need it from anybody else. I really don't, because in the long run, it's just people. Now, let me tell you something. If they're going to be paying my bills and everything, though, I might let them have a few say-sos. But if they ain't the one paying your bill, and you ain't the one, they ain't the ones that's taking care of you or doing things that you need to have done, and they just, then they want to tell you what to do, nah, don't listen to that. Tell them, when you pay my bills or you have something to do with what I'm doing, then I'll listen to you a little bit. But, don't let people tell you that, and don't let people make you do something that you don't want to do. Be somebody you don't want to be, because then you're not happy. I was always something else that somebody else wanted me to be, and I was miserable. Oh my God, I was so miserable. I always had a happy face on me in front of people, but inside I was just ate up and miserable. And so I would make it into jokes and make other people laugh, just because I thought, if I'm making other people laugh, then, it's okay. It's okay that things are being done to me that I don't want done, or treated the way I don't want to be treated, as long as I can make other people happy. And I learned the hard way that that's not how you can be. You can't live like that, not being happy. You just can't. And you gotta focus on that, because they're not gonna be there when you get hurt. They're not gonna be there when you need a place to live or anything like that. They'll tell you how to be there, and how they want you to, okay, you can do this for yourself, but they don't want help. And we all need help. We really do. This world really gets to you. Sometimes I think the world that we live in now is hell, and we just gotta earn our way to heaven. But that's another subject, because I've been through a lot of hell, a lot of pain. Even with my medical, is all the time pain. So I keep myself busy. that's one reason why I do keep myself busy. Because I do have a lot of pain. And I appreciate y'all listening to my babble. Hopefully it helps people. Because that's my intentions. Is if I can help one person, then I'm alright with that. Even if it's just one person. Because that one person is one more than what we had. And I just I should be in bed, but I can't sleep, so, whatever. And in the morning, I'm supposed to be going and getting lab work done, so hopefully that's good news. So far, I've been doing really good with my A1C. It was like a 12 several months ago, and I was having to take all kinds of insulin and tons of shots every day. Then they put me on that Manjaro, and it didn't work at first. But then when they got to the level 10, the Manjaro 10, and I'm not on it for weight loss. It does not do any of that for me. But it has kept my numbers down, that I've gone from a 12 to a 6.9 on my A1C, so I'm pretty happy about that. And that's what I'm going tomorrow to check, to see my A1C and some more other lab work done. So, like I said, the only time I really get out of my house is like if I'm having to go to a doctor or the hospital. I miss going into stores and looking at things, so now I just have to do everything online and have it delivered. So, well, I found ways to do it though. So, I'm glad that it does have other ways of being able to get groceries and do everything I need to do by doing it online, so that's good. Look at that, y'all. I just we're coming along. We really are. Does Facebook even have a limit of when you can be on live or something? 'Cause I don't even know how long I've been here. I just know I'm wide awake. And the fumes aren't bothering me, y'all, because I can't smell them. Yeah, so those don't bother me. Plus, I got a fan over me. Got a mask. So, always safety first. And that's one reason why I can't do heat set, because I would love to do heat set too, but I can't. And I can say I can't because I medically can't. So, and if you have breathing problems like COPD, asthma, and things like that, if you do not have a well-vented place, I would not do that. Because that can exacerbate everything. It really can. And you want to be very careful when you're using all that stuff. And it may not affect you right away, but I guarantee it will your lungs wear your lungs off. Or out, should I say. Not off. I don't know, it could probably, I guess. Each to their own. But I've got some artists that are like, oh no, I love heat set paints, and yeah, I love them too. I love the way they look and everything when they're done too. I'm learning more with acrylic of how to get those kinds of looks, but it isn't the same, just like no different than coloring with colors and matte pencils are the same. All a different technique, all different product, everything, so you're going to have a different outcome. But I have seen artists make these amazing, immaculate air dry babies, and I really, really want to learn as much as I can learn. And like I said before, the more I learn, the better your babies are. So that's all good for everything. And I also appreciate everybody that has trusted me when they tell me just what do you have a vision of, and do my baby for me and surprise me, even though I'm going to show you the whole way through. But I do appreciate y'all trusting me for that. And my visions that I have whenever I get a kit in my hand is just crazy, y'all. I mean, I think about what the eyes are going to look like, what the head's going to look like, what colors I want it to look like. And then I'm like, you know what? I just want to see how you looked as a baby. And then I like combine all that together with baby pictures and things like that. And then, like, if they're like, oh, I want to know if I had a baby, if it was redheaded, what it would look like. I just kind of like, I get these visions with it, and I'm not saying I'm crazy or anything, because I probably am, but I just get a vision with it, and how I want it to look, and then I go for it. Just go for it. And then kind of literally bring it to life the way my visions come about. Not always, but there we go. That got it. I'm getting a little red on my toothbrush there. That's alright. We keep on going. Do. This is coming right off, y'all. It's just like, it's crazy. Why don't you tell me in the comments what y'all do to strip the babies, or different paint methods, because I've seen artists do the backwards rainbow method, where they do the purple washes and, you know, the whole Roy G. Biv, and they go backwards with it. I've seen, and I've done it too, and it's actually really nice. The washes come out really nice. And then I've seen people do red, yellow, blue, red, yellow, blue, until they get what they want. And then I've seen red, and then blue and yellow and things like that. This is kind of like they tell me whenever they're doing it. It just really depends on the kit and the look that they want for that, because each method does not work for every single way, because you want it to look a different way. Like, say, this one I want to go, he's going to be red-headed, so I want him fair-skinned or whatever. Then I would use different colors, different methods. And then, like, if you want an AA baby or what have you, then you want to go a different route with your colors. And now, once I start learning how to do these, you know, in between the color wheel and other things that I'm learning, it's really taken an effect on the way my work is going to be going. And maybe one day I will be a master artist. But if not, I will continue to do me. And that's what y'all should do. Just because you can't do it like to a level of other people, don't worry about it. You do you. We already almost got this leg done, y'all. That's crazy, man, crazy. Now I have people in my DMs tell me they all went and invested in toothbrushes so they can strip kits. And then the Walmart's gonna be like, what do y'all need all them toothbrushes for? You just tell my own damn business. That's what I tell. I'll come out the store with 15 toothbrushes. Don't worry about it. And you know, y'all can get those dollar toothbrushes where you pay like $1 for like 4 of them. Those little baby toothbrushes. Those are absolutely amazing. I got somebody messaging me say, what do I have? Well, right now I got a leg in my hand. That's what I got. What you got? Inquiring minds want to know what you got. So if y'all had a choice and the income or whatever, what is y'all's dream kits and why? Like, is there something certain, like with this one, the way he looks, the dwarfism, things like that, because I can also relate. Like, is there a reason that, like, look like a kid or, what have you? Just share in the comments, what's your favorite kit and what's the go-to one that you want to save up for or you really are looking for. Who knows, I might have them. I got a lot of kits that are well, some of them are blue, so I have to strip them for you and everything, but that's beside the point. We know that I can do it with a toothbrush. And so what is your go-to kit that you want and that you would do work on or you would want work done on? If you hear those beepings, just know that I can't see you. Not what you're saying anyway. I see that you're beeping me back. I can't answer. My hands are full. It's full of a little chubby leg. So, it's like leave a message after the beep. Oh, Nino, I cannot wait to see you done, boy. I really can't. And I really, really hope I do you justice. Yes, I talk to my dolls. I'm sure y'all do too. Oh, another thing, in the comments, what do y'all think about babies with pierced ears? I know I got people that are like, no, you should wait till they're old enough to decide that. But what about our reborn babies? What do y'all think? Because I pierce a lot of ears because people like me piercing their ears and stuff. So I pierce ears all the time. So if y'all ever want ears pierced or anything, I don't charge extra for it. I really don't. I just do it while I'm doing everything else. But like I said, you got to tell me what you want whenever I'm doing it. Some things may be a little bit of a charge, but that's only because I have to buy the supplies to do it. Or if y'all do supplies and send them, then yeah, I'll do it. Just like bracelets, I make bracelets. I make the pacifiers, bracelets. I do make bottles as well. I don't really have a calling for that, but I do them. Like when people want them or whatever, I don't send them like that though. I'm not going to do that unless you absolutely ask for it, because that's a lot, and it makes it changes the weight of your package. Not only that, it's a lot of work and getting everything else done on time. As long as you're patient with wanting extra work, and then that's okay for you to wait on a little bit. I still have it done within a week. And I don't know if that's fast or not, but that's as fast as I can do it. I think January alone, I did, between babies, crocheting, and making other stuff, I did 35. And that's like doing crochet outfits, things like that, rooting hair, painting, stripping. Yeah, that was quite a bit on that one. And that I've actually done more than that. That's just like different orders that I had. Was I think 33 or 35 of them. I don't know. I can't remember. And I was sending out orders, doing orders. Look at that. Woo-hoo. That makes me so happy. Like when you're not having to scrub it, it doesn't hurt your hands like it does when you're having to scrub it. Because then it hurts my hands a lot whenever you have to scrub the heck out of something. And see, as you can see, all that paint's coming off. You can see it right there. I'm doing this so I can see where I need to still get. Got a little purple toes. Look at that. That one reason why I'm stripping him and redoing him right there is because there's little piggies in his hands. Places where most people touch and gets rubbed on with socks and shoes. That's why whenever I end up sealing mine, I make sure I do get the toes, get in the cracks, get the fingers, things like that. Even if everything else doesn't get as much, the feet and the hands I really try to do, because that's going to be the most that people mess with. And that rub on things as you're putting shoes on, rubs on things as you're putting hands through clothes, things like that. And yeah. Okay, this is even coming off. Look, so those that are like saying that the blue needs to come off with just the oxy, I'm gonna show you a little trick between the alcohol and the remover wipe. Now with this, you do have to scrub a little bit, but I think some of this is also in the vinyl, not just the color. Now you can do the oxy tin with the sunlight and stuff, but if it's the wintertime and it's cold outside, over in Texas, there wasn't much sunlight lately. And tomorrow is supposed to be 69 degrees, so it's like Texas weather is so bipolar. So bipolar. But see how that's coming off right there? That blue is coming off, even in the cracks. So I just work with that for a little while and it'll come off. And that's just with the alcohol and the adhesive remover wipes. Yeah, it's coming right off. Can you still see, or am I putting it out of the way? There we go. I'll put it up there where you can see. Like I said, if y'all have other ways to do this, let me know. I'll share my ways, you share yours. And between both of us, we can be both great artists. And don't see it as competition either, because it's not. Everybody has their own styles. Even if y'all share the same tricks and trades and stuff, you're still going to have your own style of paint. The way you paint, what you do, how you do it. Heck, y'all can be sitting beside each other and painting, and you still going to have your own style. Oh, them little feet. Oh my goodness, I'm so in love with them little feeties. They're so cute. He's just cute all around, y'all. Look at her. Look at that. Whoop, whoop. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yeah, and if y'all really like my video, and if y'all share it with other people, just let me know you did, and that will, like, also help with, not only let me know what y'all like and everything, but other people seeing it and helping them too. Also, so it gives you credit also in the giveaway by sharing things like this, like the videos that I do. I'm going to try to do something like daily if I get around to it. Now, I'm not going to commit to it, but like if I'm doing something already like I'm always doing, I'm thinking about going live now and just like have fun. Yak my head off, I guess. Because like I said, whether you're here or not, I'm doing it anyway. It's kind of like an only child kind of thing, only I have more siblings. But it's kind of like an only child thing where they have to learn how to, you know, create different ways to have fun and entertain themselves. I've always done that. So yeah, nothing new. Just learning to entertain myself. So I talk to myself. I sing. I do karaoke. I do all kinds of things. Like I said, I crochet. I make bracelets, name bracelets. So if y'all want name bracelets and you know what name you're going to be giving the baby, let me know. And I do the ear piercings. I do eye openings. I do... stand up for a minute. I actually got to stand up for a second. And, yeah, I do all kinds of things. Okay, now with this, I'm going to let that just stay on there right there. And I'm going to take a brush, Stoma adhesive remover wipe. I got 2 of them. That's alright. I'm going to wipe it down, see what I got. Yeah, look. No saran wrap. Not yet. No sunlight. Not yet. No Occitan yet. I don't know why I tried to grab that. Okay, now I'm just going to take this wrap and twist. Oh, sorry about that. And then sit him. Oh, put that right there. And then I'll put that one there. But just where it's up against that, where it's tight, you just let that sit. And then we'll come back to that. We've got 3 digits done. Now, we got one more. One more of these, and then we got the head. Get the sticky off. Little fat chunky legs. Oh, that's already taken the blue off, y'all. Look. I'm not even... I haven't even done anything on this one. And, yeah, it's starting to come off. Now, it all won't come off just like this. But look at that big toe. It's coming off. There we go. Now, we got the sticky off. And now we commence to do our thing. Like I said, remember, they work good together. And they don't counteract with chemicals. And it does not ruin your vinyl, as you see. You can just slowly see it. First it looks like vitiligo, and then it says goodbye-o. See? Right there. I do make those kind of babies too, by the way. I've made a few of them, and I think they're in Canada. A friend of mine that I've gotten friends with in the community really liked one of my babies because I ended up, I got a kit, a Tegan kit is one of them. And the way it was painted and stuff, just, I had to really scrub to get it off, if that makes sense, because it wasn't just regular paint. I think it was house paint. I really do. Now, probably not. Don't get me wrong. I'm probably wrong, but it sure did feel like house paint. And anyway, so whenever I redone it, and, well, one like it, I've got one still here that I'm doing as well. But when I did it, I made it with vitiligo because that's what her and her kid had. And so they love their baby. And I get to see it every once in a while. That's whenever I pretty much first started out. Like I said, I've only been doing this, let's see, I've known Lisa over a year in October. So, a little over a year as far as painting and actually doing things like this. Now, before I was just like putting them together and rooting hair. That's the first thing I did, was started rooting hair. And then I did my Sebi kit. And that was my first kit I ever reborned. I think that's still why he's one of my favorite. That's my boy. He started the Texas Turner Rascals. I named him Declan James. And he's a little rascal. He sticks his tongue out. And that's what gave me that idea of it being Texas Turner Rascals. And then I found these rascal diapers at the Walmarts. So anytime y'all want to get me some diapers, give me some rascal diapers, that would be in good business. I already got that part done almost. Look at that. And like I said, I am not scrubbing at all. I am literally just, look, just like that, in case somebody didn't see me and they think I'm giving it all kinds of elbow grease and everything. I am literally barely touching it. Barely. And it is a soft bristle. That is it. It just needs to be a turn. And then if you want, and you can't turn it like this anymore because your hands, well, we'll whip this one out. And let it do it for you. See? And then your hands, because I have arthritis and I have trigger finger and I have carpal tunnel and I've had surgeries on both of them, I think 2 or 3 times now. Look, 2 on my right and 3 on my left. But yeah, see? That's it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Even in your cracks. Takes it right out. And you know, look, I can just put it right there. And it'll do it. That's it. So y'all go over to your Dollar Tree or your Walmarts or wherever you want to get you some toothbrushes. The mechanical ones are $5 and they last forever. You can even get replaceable heads and just put batteries in it. It takes a 1 AA battery. That's it. And it does several kits. So you can just do whatever you want. And like I said, when it dies, just stick another battery in it and another head. You want to make sure you get in that crack too, y'all. Just in case I didn't say that, because you do want to make sure that's all cleaned in there, because if you don't, when you're working with wet paint, it will rub off. I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but I'm telling you anyways. Just in case there's somebody that don't know. Because not everybody's going to need my information. But there's always somebody it might help. And that's the whole point of it. Yeah, it's crazy how it works. I got a hair on it. There we go. That's my hair too, by the way. It gets everywhere. So whenever I do, oh yeah, I wanted to tell you this too. Whenever you're doing silicone babies, if you have a balloon and you blow your balloon up and you put it around where you're working, it attracts that fuzz. What about that business? Isn't that crazy? I learned that because of, when the kids are young and you take and you rub it on their heads and then you put it on the wall and it sticks. And then it attracts everything it possibly can do. It does. It works. So when you're doing silicone, you want to make sure you have one of these, a fresh one, these pee pads or whatever you want to call them. And you want to make sure you have balloons because that will help you. You want to make sure you have tweezers. You want to make sure you have silicone adhesive glue. So if you have to make repairs or anything like that, if you're doing armatures and things like that, you want to make sure that you have all your equipment that you need before you start, because you don't want to be left thinking that you have something and you start something and here you are now with a kit, a silicone kit that's having to wait to get something done because you don't have the proper equipment and you've already started, so they're just sitting there with part of it done. You don't want that, because that silicone it's very forgiving. So like whenever you have them sticking out the arms or rooting their hair and everything, if you just wait a minute, that hole will close up. Even with the rooting, it always looks like sometimes that they're got big holes or whatever when you're rooting it sometimes. Well, when I first started, it doesn't do it now, but when I first started rooting, and then I would be like, oh crap, I messed up. And then the next day, I wake up and I'm like, dude, where'd all them holes go? And they're gone. It's magic. But yeah. Y'all might be getting bored with just watching the same thing, but like I said, if you can think of other things for me to do online, live shows or whatever, even if you can't see it right then and there, because I will save it and put it on there, you can always see it whenever you have time. And then, if you learn something from that, or you could teach me something from that, that would be fantastic. And please, if you're giving instructions or criticism or anything, I do take criticism very well, but make sure it's in a good way. Encouraging, not discouraging. That's what I should say. Always be encouraging, not discouraging. Like, just be like you would want it done to you. Like if that was something that you worked your butt off on, and then somebody came up to you and said, oh my God, that's ugly. Well, instead of saying that it's ugly, you can say things like, well, you know what? That's good and everything, but if you want to have it looking like this, or a little more realistic, work on the capillaries, or work on the coloring, making sure you're doing the washes thin and translucent. That's your main problem right there, is you don't want to do thick layers, because it will show up and it will be thick. It might not look at it right then and there, but then you have this thick paint that takes forever to get off, and then they make their own colors and they don't become the color you want them to be. And then you're wondering why, and it's because you got like your water painting, like when you do paintings on a canvas. Now you can go wild with that, but with this kind of canvas, you have to work your way to it. I'm fixing to get my wipe to see what exactly we've already gotten done, because it seems like each one I'm doing, I'm getting a little bit quicker. And so, yeah. And also having y'all join me is really nice. And knowing that there's somebody out there that I can help, or that can help me, is also nice. Alright, let's get that wipey and see what we got. My trash can. Oh, there it is. Let's do that. Clean up some of this mess. And that's literally all I'm doing is just wiping away what I've already worked. And it does, if you have anything sticky left behind, because sometimes paint can be sticky whenever you're taking it off. It could be from the alcohol, it could be just from the paint itself, but by using these, they really help. So, yeah, it does whatever you can do. Okay, let's see what we got. Not bad at all. Look at that. A little chunky thigh. We got a dirty brush, that's what we got. That just shows you done work. That's all that is. And you know, one thing about it is you're keeping it sanitized because you're using the alcohol. So there's that too. But don't use this on your silicone if you're using it on vinyl. Now, even if you wash it or whatever, you the best you can, I would not recommend it. It may not even hurt it, but I would not recommend it. I would keep your supplies separate. Definitely separate. Even in a separate container. I wouldn't put anything, because you never know what will actually transfer to those darn silicone kits and vice versa. Now, I saw where a lady was, I think, inventing, I can't remember her name, y'all, I wish I could. I saw it on, I think, Stephanie's channel, showing where a lady had a silicone vinyl baby, because the way she made it to where I guess they're not touching and they're safe around each other. I'm not sure, you'd have to ask her, but I thought it was really, really cool. I really did. So I don't know, who knows in the future what things will happen. And these actually can go longer than just this. And because they are what they are, you can reuse them. I like when they're sitting down or whatever. They don't dry up as fast as other wipes. They stay wet pretty good. They do dry, but they stay wet longer than what the regular wipes do. I'm gonna get that knee, that thigh, and get the knee after we get this thigh over here. Like I said, you want to make sure you get in those cracks and off of the flange. Besides, you don't want a dirty flange either, because I mean, I know that sometimes when I'm doing my babies or whatever, I will, like, when I'm painting, like, put a layer there, like, so I know what layer I'm on, or, like, just do a little spot, and then I take it off when I'm done, just so I know, like, red, red, blue, blue, whatever, then that's what I'm doing, and it helps me remember that I've done 2 washes of red, then a blue, 2 washes of this, 2 washes, you know, however I do it, then it shows me on each one, so I don't have it looking like it don't match. So that's just another little thing that I do. I can't remember where I learned that or if I just started doing it. So I don't want to take credit for everything because somewhere, somehow it came to my head. Whether I did it by just being inventive or saw it by somebody that I don't want to take credit for. So I would just say I learned it. That's all I did. I learned it. And now I'm teaching it. So if that's what you want to do, because like sometimes I want to just do the head and then do the limbs, well that helps me right there because I even do it on the flange part. You can always wash it off, like I said. I just take an alcohol remover wipe so it's more controlling, and you have more control over a wipe than you do the alcohol or even the Q-tips. I use those mainly because those you have more control over. So it's just like a preference thing, just whatever you prefer to either use Q-tips or remover wipe. I mean, not wipe, but yeah, remover wipe, my bad. We almost got little Nino, little fat leg off. Look at that. Now you see all that right there? That's what you want this for. Because then you can actually see what you're doing. See? Now you can see where you've gone and what you haven't done. It just amazes me how you just try different things and then you find something that works for you. Just back and forth. Row, row, row your boat. I know you'll see me do this all different ways. Like putting the alcohol on and then putting it on there. Or putting it on the toothbrush, then putting it on there. I guess I'm not really consistent with it just one way. You can be, though. It's all up to you and how you want to do it. Do. I love doing this, y'all. It's very relaxing. Now that I do these methods, it's very relaxing. Now before, you'd have to scrub with a sponge and everything else, and just like, oh my God, hell. Yeah, I said a bad word, but it's just a word. It's only what you make of it, really. We're getting along there. He's about to have some digits to be able to paint. Gonna have some limbs and get his little toes and hands repainted. And I did, the lady that I got this from, she was the most honest person. I'm not joking, y'all. She sent me pictures. You know, sometimes you get a kit or somebody that's going to trade you, and they only send you pictures of the way they looked when they got them. Even if they put an updated, I guess safety photo, but then it turns out to be something that they just planted there. Yeah. AI and everything else is doing so much. That's why I do layers and I do pictures and everything, because I don't want people telling me I didn't do it. I'm going to show you I did it. I'm not going to steal somebody else's art either. I've known several that like will get a kit, a baby. They will get a baby that they, oh my God, I love this baby, I love this baby. And then they go and they take the person that they got it from and they block them. And then they go and claim it as theirs. Yeah, I'm not joking. I've had people do that to me even. And I'm like, okay, well, I leave a signature that I'm not telling anybody on mine. And I'm not talking about just my name or whatever. I'm talking about I leave a little spot on mine that I can tell if it's my baby or not that I've done. And, yeah. That's all I gotta do, too. Is all I gotta do is see that baby. And once I see that baby, I can tell you what baby it is. And I can tell you what, if it's mine or not. I think that's with most artists. They kind of leave their signature behind. Watermark or whatever you want to call it. But you can ask my sis Lisa. She'll tell you. She can show me twins of her babies and I can tell them apart. Just by certain things that I've done to them or whatever. Yeah. I'm not joking. I guarantee. So unless you like really strip a kit like I'm doing and y'all see me doing and then you paint it, don't take somebody else's art. It's not right. Got myself a little dingleberry. There we go. No big deal. Pluck it and go. I don't even know what time it is. I just know I don't want to sleep. That's all I know. I went and got all this, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this, so I'm going to get online and just talk. And, yeah, it's been interesting, to say the least. And then that's how it goes. I know, right? That's what I said. Ding! Look at that. I already got almost that thigh done. And then that'll be 4 that we've done together. I already got my bed ready, so whenever I get ready to go get in it, I can just get in there. Usually I have like a mountain full of dolls, which I'm not saying that I don't, but they're not in my spot. We'll just say that. Yeah, we'll just call it like that, because I got a mountain full of babies, but they're not in my spot. It is in there. Almost got it though. We getting a little chunky leg. And just take the back of it. I can't believe y'all are actually staying on this long. Y'all are crazy. But so am I, so we're good. But seriously, don't forget to comment like different things y'all would like to see and what y'all would like to talk about. Oh my goodness. There we go, just wiping it away so I know what I got to work with. I'm about to have an alcohol refill. But as you saw, we did not waste any alcohol, except for when I almost squirted myself in the eye. Safety first. So we've learned a lot about things today. We've learned that if you're in trouble, to have a code word with your friend. So in case you can't talk on the phone. Also places that you can go if you need help. That 211 or whatever y'all use. I think some use 999, some use 211. I don't know, but there is always something. I'm pretty sure that Starbucks has that safety. Now don't get me wrong if they don't. But there are stores that actually, I think they even got a sign on the front door with the signal with their sign. And doing this gets you help as well. That's sign language for help. I did it sideways, but you get the point. I learned sign language because one of my foster kids was deaf. She had cochlear implants, but she was too little to understand them. And I had her for over a year. She was the longest one I had, I think. Yeah, she was the longest foster kid I had. And I went through and did sign language, and I taught all my kids sign language and stuff. And then, like, I still know sign language. I'm not as fluent as I used to be because I don't use it a lot. I still use it, but not a lot. And not to the point of doing translating or anything like that. Well, I don't know what that ding was, but it says ding. Alright, Mr. Nino, look at you. Getting your legs. Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs. I freaking love Forrest Gump, in case y'all don't know where that comes from. I'm pretty sure everybody's heard of Forrest Gump, but yeah, I love that show. I mean movie, sorry. I have a habit of calling things movies that are shows and shows that are movies. Even on my dinner and a movie time, most time it can be a show and not a movie. But we watch like several episodes, so to me it's a movie. Especially like when the show's like over 45 minutes and stuff, and you watch like 3 or 4 of them back to back. That, my dear, that's longer than a movie. Do, 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 do. We are moving along, y'all. Look at that. Rub-a-dub this way, rub-a-dub that way. Get that spot. Where'd that toothpick go? There we go. Don't do it with your nails, y'all, because there ain't no telling what you got on your nails. Not only that, you might scratch it. You have more chance of scratching it with your nails than you do with a toothpick with a little bit of cotton on it. Yeah. We are getting somewhere. Just doodling, getting along there. Get along, get along. And like I said, by you doing that toothbrush, you're getting in those cracks. Can you see that? And that's all I'm doing. Look, just that right there. Look at that. That's all I'm doing right there. So pretty. I'm just so anxious and can't wait until I get this little boy being able to paint. Oh my gosh, I'm just like, have so much vision for him. I really do. And I really, really hope I can do him justice, y'all. Really. So, like I said, if y'all have any ideas and some suggestions on helping me paint him nice to where he actually comes out like even if it's my best one I do, that means I've learned something. But yeah, I would love some help, entertainment, whatever, into me bringing him to life. I almost want to open his eyes, but I'm not, because I was studying babies with autism, but the look that he's got on his face and the way it's scrunched up, you can't open those eye sockets without messing up this whole brow thing, because even doing peaky eyes, then that's going to run into this part right here, and you don't want that. When you're opening eyes, you at least want that pinky-like. Even if you're doing it sideways, you want at least that much that you can work with, because if not, then it runs into the eyelid and the brow bone and the eyelid, and then right here in this area, it would totally ruin the kit, and I'm not about to ruin my favorite kit. So we will not be doing that. I can always open other babies' eyes. So we are not doing that business at all. But I will use it on other babies, because I love whenever I've opened several of them now. I'm getting all right with it, because on another thing, I will do one where I show the way you cut up on that side and down on that side to keep the lid going. And if you keep it really warm and then do it like with a rice sock, then you have more pliability. No different than if you're doing any other part on them and you want to root them and you have to have it heated or whatever. Then it's the same way whenever you're doing eyes and opening mouths and things like that, because it gives you more stability as far as being able to bend it back. And then if you don't want it, bend it back again. But vinyl is not as forgiving as silicone. That's for darn sure. But I have actually taken vinyl and gotten it really super hot and put it in places where either they were broken or when I did the eyes, then the way the eyes set to fix it, then I've done it that way. And it actually turned out really good doing it that way. We are getting somewhere. All these baby creases. That just like wiped right out of there, look. Just like doing that too, man. Now once I get all this done and off, then I will go back through each one of them and take off the little parts like that, because that's all going to come off too. But you can do that when you're washing them and stuff in the sink. They will come off because it's just paint, watch, it's just paint where you scrubbed off already. Do. Scrub your little toes, scrub your little toes. Little piggies. And just scrubbing away. Well, rolling the brush on top of it anyway. I'm not scrubbing really at all. It's crazy. Like I said, I do not use the acetone. I just use straight up alcohol because, first of all, it smells way better than that acetone, to be honest with you. And it has way less more chemicals in it, so if you're going to have to be around it, just do it straight up. That fingernail polish remover stank. It'd be stanky. There we go. Just shot up on it when I had it over it. That was what I wanted it to do. Oh, look at that. You in the creases. You little bitty foot. And you can see what all I've gotten on there. And then what I still got left to do. The little redness and stuff like that. But it's all coming off, y'all. Look at that. I know. I say it a lot. Then you want to get your little trusty wipey. See what you done. So wipe her down. Or him, should I say. Because it is going to be a him. Because that's all I see as a boy to me. We're just coming along, ain't he? And like I said, we have not scratched his vinyl. We have not ruined his vinyl like you will with other stuff. And we're getting the stains off too. It's coming along. Look at that. We have done so much, y'all. Get that part done because I didn't get that part. There we go. Got that crack too. There we go. Like I said, you want to make sure that you get everything because you do not want to leave anything behind. You really don't. And then whatever's in there also, you just, whenever you go in there and to wash them, just take a couple of Q-tips with you with a little bit of cotton on the bottom. Like I said, those work way better and way easier as well. Making sure they got a little bit of cotton at the end. I can't stress to you enough about those little things. And they don't cost much at all. Like I said, you can get the Temu or the AliExpress for like bundles of it. Like a whole bag. Let's see, here's one of the bags it came with, and I had 4 bags of it in one container. So it's like over 100. And I think I paid like $1 $64 for over 100 of them. I think it was like 300 to be honest with you, because it was like 3 bags of 100. And I guess if I'm mathing right, then it's 300. I think I need to get some more aguijal. But you can see where I've gone. Like I said, I'm not even scrubbing or anything. I'm just running it over it so you can see that where I've taken the paint off and where I still got some residue. But that'll all come off when you're washing it too. Meow. I have a cat, y'all, and it does not say meow. It does not say anything the cat should say. It says no and now. That's what it says, I'm telling you. It just screams it sometimes. Especially when it's in heat. Oh my god. We got Goober fixed, so we don't have any of that problem anymore. So she's not yelling all the time. And now, the only reason why this cat is here is because when the weather got really cold and they were staying underneath the porch, couldn't do that. I'm telling you, I know. And they do not bother my silicones, and they do not do anything. But one lady told me that she ended up getting a baby that smelled like cat piss, and I was like, no. They weren't even around then. I didn't have a litter box, I didn't have anything then. And she said that it looked like it was sent in a litter box because it had litter all over it. I said, now I know you're lying, because number one, I didn't have a cat then. Number two, I don't have a damn litter box. And what it ended up being is they got a silicone from me, and then they tried to alter it. They pulled the eyes out and everything. I mean, like, totally. I ended up doing a remake on it on Facebook because I was so mad. Well, no, that one wasn't on Facebook. That one was just on my YouTube channel. So if y'all ever see it on my YouTube channel, then you can see it there. But yeah, I was floored because I worked hard on that, and I just like, oh my god, I didn't know how to react to that. But it came back all right, stinking, but it did not smell no cat piss, which that's almost impossible to get out of silicone, y'all. It did not smell like cat piss. You know what it smelled like? It smelled full D cigarettes. And we don't smoke because I'm allergic to it. We don't have cigarettes even in the house, so I know it wasn't that. And if you ask all my other purchasers or traders, unless that kit already came from somebody else, it is not going to smell like cat piss. It is not going to smell like smoke. Not at all. Because even when I get kits as trades, I completely take them apart. Just like whenever I have used babies or something and I'm giving them to somebody else, when I get them, they come apart. That's the first thing I do, is take them apart. And sometimes whenever I'm trading and stuff, I just have them send them to me as kits. Not only because it's cheaper in sending, because I'm going to take it apart anyway, so they might as well just send it that way and save some money. And yeah, like me and Julie, we've been trading for, oh my god, Julie, it's been almost a year. And we trade kits like no tomorrow. I mean, like tons of them at once. And like if she has one that she gets and they smell like cigarettes or whatever, I get it out. I really do. I get that smell out. I've taught a few people how I do it. I don't know if I've taught y'all or not. But yeah, I get it out. Main thing is you definitely want to change bodies, even or wash it, and make sure that you like wash it in the wash machine. And then after you wash it, then put it where it can dry in the sun. Don't dry it in the dryer. And then after that, when you're putting, make sure you wash the, see, I said wash that time. Make sure you do a complete thorough wash of all the limbs and everything. And most people are like, oh, I got to use this chemical or that chemical, and then it messes up the vinyl. No, you use Dawn. Think about it. If we as vets and stuff did Dawn for itty bitty animals and things like that, and it got grease off of them, you don't think it's going to get that smell out? It will. And then after you do that, especially if you're giving it to somebody, take and put, now I'm not telling you to take some big strong scented one. I use the Downy Light scent, the fresh scent or whatever, and put like a 1, not a 50. When you go to do the doll, put a dryer sheet in there, then put the weight, and then put the stuffing. And that way, when they're smelling of the baby or whatever, it's not going to smell nasty or anything. They're going to get that fresh baby scent or whatever that they should be getting, instead of vinyl being smelling like cigarettes. But that's only after you wash them and do everything, y'all, because it's not cool to send them like that, especially when you're told that they're allergic to cigarettes and stuff, and then you still send it. Now, whenever I know you're sending something with cigarettes and I'm getting it out, that's one thing, because then I can prepare to use the safety precautions I have to be around that smell. But if you're not, and it just shows up, that's not cool. And so now, I had to fill my little alcohol bottle because we are empty. But this is what I use. Ain't nothing fancy. H-E-B. If you don't have an H-E-B, you got Walmart's. Or Drug Emporium or whatever you got. Everybody has alcohol. You can even go to your neighbor. Don't drink it though. That's not good. And y'all, I barely had any in there earlier, so that's why I went through that. But that usually lasts like several dolls. And always make sure you keep your lid on, that way you don't introduce your toothbrush or anything to your alcohol. Because then it just gets in there and it colors it, and then it's nasty. You don't want nasty alcohol. Gotta do a few pumps to get it going. See? Look at that. Do-do-do. In the crack. It's a good thing I don't have to hear somebody, because my hearing aids died. But it doesn't stop me from recording. I don't even know how long this is, but you know, whatever. We can just chill together. Almost made me sing that Baby Shark song. That thing gets on my nerves. But here I am getting it in my head. Look at that. There we go. All real time, y'all. I don't know how long that took me. It took me longer than it would just by myself, because I wanted to explain what I was doing instead of just going and doing it. But that's alright, because we're going to work together. And that's how I tell you that having friends and getting friends through this, all this work that I've been doing and stuff has been amazing. It's given me an outlet of what, being able to be creative. Look at that. It even takes your JD clean. Look at that. Doot doot. We are getting somewhere, y'all. That's just, like, I'm literally just rolling it in there and it's coming out. Roll out. There you go. Oh yeah, that took it right on out. You don't want to do it hard though, because even flipping your brush like that, you'll ruin the bristles. But just like laying it in there like that, that's not going to hurt nothing. That's just rolling it through. You just don't want to push it through, if that makes any sense. You just want to roll it. And you want it really clean. But as you saw, we did not run the vinyl. Not at all. Didn't scratch it. And it's getting real clean. It's coming around. Now that just got it dirty because of my hands, but it's going to come off anyways, so don't worry about that. But like I said, make sure you get that little crack right there. Because if you don't get that, it's going to be a problem. It's not going to look right. And just like with everything else, if you don't do it right the first time, it will show up. It will. You can try to hide it, but it's going to be an oopsie, and then you can just call it off as, I meant to do that, but it's not good. Hold on a minute. Check that right quick. I know. What that is my blood sugar, y'all. Just give me just a second. Okay. Alright. I don't know if we're still rolling or not, but for some reason it spiked up. I guess pain level, I don't know, because that does it too. But, that's alright. I don't got to do anything. I don't got to take any more insulin than what I do once a week now. Since they put me on the Manjaro 10, my A1C came down from a 12 to a 6.9. I think in a matter of a few months. Like less than 6 months. And that's what I got to go tomorrow to get tested as well. So then I'll know my new A1C. Or I say tomorrow. I mean today. Later today. They say time goes by when you're having fun. Well, I've been having fun with y'all. Let's see. Now we are getting somewhere. He is almost done. Until we go wash him. See, I watched myself say wash instead of wash. That's still my go-to word though. I'm sorry. If I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying or whatever, my words. Like, I was getting made fun of for saying unawares. Because that's how I say it. I don't know how y'all say it. I guess underwear. And I say unawares. I want to say all kinds of weird words. Like fanger, britches, wash. It's definitely the South. When I was little, y'all, I always would say salt and pepper. And that's what I said, like, for years. Even with my kids got older, I just kept saying that. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm still saying this and not even realizing it sometimes. But yeah, I was like, okay, whatever. And I bet y'all know so much about me now that y'all wouldn't have known had I not done this with you. And I am a goober. I really am. It's okay though. Just have fun. Never know how much time you got on the world. Have fun with it and don't, that way, no regrets. Don't regret everything. And just be kind. It doesn't cost anything to be kind. And stop demanding when people don't give you what you want. Because sometimes they can't and you make them feel bad, or then it draws a wedge between you and there's no reason for that. Life's too short for that business. Can you still see me? I don't know if you can. My thing move again. There we go. I'm almost to where I can put it down. And get the little crackies. There we go. Alright, we got that. And I am going to have to check that because it may not be too high, it may be too low. Let me see. I'm trying not to cut off, but if it does, then let's see. Dexcom. I had to pause it for a second. I didn't know you could do that though, but evidently you can. So I did. Let's see. So far y'all, in the time that we've been on here, and now that's gone down. You can see how much lighter it is. I don't know if y'all got to see it before, but it's really, really bright. I know it's coming off. Now because of how much it is in here, I may end up just on the digits no, I guess I'm not going to have to. I thought I was going to have to use it, but no, it's coming off now. See? Let it focus. Focus, focus. Okay. Alright, now we are going to do the part that I really didn't want to do. But we're going to have to, Mr. Nino, because you're not going to match if I don't. You're not going to match at all if I don't do this. So, we will cry together. And put those limbs right there and let them rest from scrubbing them. Let's just go with it. Poor Nino. First we need our handy dandy stoma towel. So I usually use about 10 of these per baby, which is fine. No big deal. I get them all the time, so. Get in that ear. See, he's even getting crying because I'm going to have to strip him. I didn't want to, though. But there's no way that I can match all that. I'm not good enough yet, and I'm not going to send him off. So, we're going to just have to deal with it and cry together. Poor baby. Alright, mister. I know, I told you my bed had babies and stuff on it. I still got to get the blankets off of it that I just got, so. Alright, this isn't doing anything, it's just wiping him down. And then now we're fixing to start with the toothbrush. Can y'all see? I'll turn like this so y'all can see the colors. Poor baby. It's one thing to do the limbs, but then you have to look at the face when you're doing it. You never do this with them, with the stuff in their heads. Always take that out. Oh, I know now. It makes it reality right here where you have to do it. Take it off. I really liked his face too, but I can't match that, y'all. I just can't. So we're going to see what we can turn him into, okay? We're going to work together with this one. Just, poor baby. I feel so bad, y'all. I do. But I also can't wait to see what I can do with him because of me going to be learning new tricks and trades and stuff like that. And then I will be able to say I did my favorite ever kit. So I just really hope I can do him justice. It would even be cool to do a one-on-one with someone or a class or something as we paint it together. That would be really, really cool, y'all. Y'all do see what I'm seeing, right? It's just coming right off. he's just slowly coming along. And then once we get his head done, then I'll be washing it. But look at what all's come off, y'all. Now you can actually see whenever I do this. Look at that. That's crazy. There we go. Now you can actually see what's going on when all that mess is moved. There we go. Like I said, this is just a regular, all it does is it takes the sticky off and it moves your paint that you've already gotten done on it. And then you just continue like so. I'll make sure y'all can see. I don't know if you can or not. I just looked. So now I know you can. So I'm glad. I thought it was like out of focus or not being able to see what I'm doing. Oh, there goes his cute little eyebrows. Do y'all know Wee Man on Jackass that we used to watch back when we were younger? That's the vibe that I get with the look that he's got on his face. Not just because he was a little person too, but just because of the look on his face. There we go. Here we go. There we go. And there goes his eyebrows. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you're an artist and would like to paint with me, with him, like literally like go together on phone or whatever and do it together, that would be really cool. Do some kind of like collaboration with them or something. He is coming along for sure. Y'all are witnessing this, right? Like how easy this has been. I hear such horror stories with people stripping kids. And I'm like, okay. It was when I first started, don't get me wrong. And if it wasn't for these wipes and the toothbrush thing that I tried because I was hurting so bad, that's what made me try it, y'all, is I was doing kits and it was making me hurt so bad. And I was like, there's got to be something better. And then 2 and 2 just came together and that's what I started doing. And that is my trick to getting things done a lot faster and a lot done. And that's also why I can have like 3 or 4 going at once. But if you demand me to do something and you have plans with me to do one way, and then when they get here you want me to start doing all this other work for you, and I honestly think that that was the whole intention of me getting that kit for them, and then them like, okay, I want this, this, and this done. I should have said something, but I didn't. I just was like, okay, I did it. So I painted it, I rooted it, more hair, And then she's like, okay, I want eyelashes, I want this, I want that. I'm like, you want an awful lot for a $100 gift card, don't you? The kit itself was $60. And I was like, well, tax and all, it was $60. And then that's what she wanted me to do to it all. I am doing the red hair last, if you haven't seen me right here, and that's because I don't want it to really blend in this area. That's why I also wanted to go ahead and take the eyebrows off as well and get them out of the way, because I don't want it to blend or bleed all over the kit. This didn't have any veining though. He's gonna have. I've been practicing those veins, y'all. And the lady friend of mine that sat up with me like for over an hour and in her shop and showing me her babies and different things that she does, and she actually pours her own molds and stuff with silicone. I was like, I made one silicone baby from scratch, like, and literally it was because I got a silicone baby that was like torn all to hell. And so I ended up between melting and carving, and I'm not joking, I taped it too, carving out a baby, a 12-inch, a silicone baby. And even though she looked kind of like an alien, she was the cutest thing I thought. But now she's got her own house now with her new owner. And it was the one that actually watched me make her throughout the whole process. And yeah, she absolutely loves her. She's got 2 of mine, or 3 of mine now. 3 or 4 of them. Goodness, I can't even keep track. But yeah. It's just like, it's just amazing, because like a year ago, I would have never thought anybody would have bought my babies the way they do, as far as getting to go to all over the U.S. and stuff like that. I would have never dreamed even that. I had big dreams, but I didn't think they were reachable just with being at home and just in my room or in the living room at a little tiny table that's about, I guess it's about 24 inches by 12 inches, give or take, both ways. And I was like, oh my goodness. But now I put one of these little pee pads on, and I also have one of those cloth pee pads. I got one on my dresser, and I got one on the bed, and I have like 3 or 4 kits going at once. Different stages and ages. And I'll tell you, the honest reason why I have not finished putting Pippa together is just because of that. Because number one, she was only supposed to be weighted and put together and then sent. I wasn't supposed to do anything else other than that. And then number 2, being demanding and telling me what I need to do. Whatever. There's not $100 worth doing that. It's not. It's just. And then whenever I get done, then I'll put it together. She's already done. I just hadn't put her together yet. And that might be mean or whatever, but maybe it'll tell her where she can't tell anybody what to do. I don't know. I try to be really nice to people, but you have to also, I'm learning, draw boundaries, because if you don't, they will take advantage of you, unfortunately. It's really sad. It really is sad. Because then that takes all the fun and joy and love out of doing what I love the best. Because I would have already had it together. I haven't had time, though, for honestly. Because I've been doing the giveaway babies and the orders, my actual orders. So, and because I already did what was to be done to it, and then I had to take it apart again, it's not fair. Well, life's not fair. I shouldn't say it's not fair. It's just not right for somebody to demand that. And then she's still messaging me, like even 2 hours ago, telling me, or maybe 3 hours, I don't know how long, telling me that I need to have her done and how long is it going to be, and da-da-da-da-da. So, you know, she's got everything done except for putting her together. I almost had an inkling of sending her like that and just having her put herself together. Because I'm already out of money and everything out of my own pocket for her. But I can't be doing that because of being on disability. I can't do that. Like, you even get that little crack in there between his eyes and stuff because you don't want to miss any of that. I know I jump subjects really, really quick, y'all. And that's just part of me. I just do that. I do it whether I'm talking on the phone or talking to people in person. I jump subjects like really fast too. Alright, we're gonna do something ugly now. We gotta get up on your nose, boy. It's like a nose Frida. Look at that, y'all. I'm telling you, just a few seconds of that, look. It's crazy. And like you see, I'm not scrubbing. I'm really not. I wish I could even, see more of that, but y'all can do this. I promise y'all can. Alcohol, toothbrush, boom, there you go. And then if you want to get creative, well, oh yeah, and you want your toothpicks too. That's a must. But if you want to get creative and you need some of these little stomach wipes, well, I'm only one call away. I could save the day. I told you I'm a goober. Look at that. I just can't get over that. It's just so pretty. He's still cute, even like that. Oh my goodness. He's just an adorable baby. You hear that squeak? And the cracks? What's that thing that kids used to say when they were little? No. No. Know yourself. I told y'all. It says no and now. Now. No. You don't even belong in here. You're at the door. My gate's up, haha. No. I said no. You believe I'm arguing with a cat? Uh-huh. No. 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 It just cracks me up, y'all. I can't help it. No and now. That just cracks me up. Did I win that conversation? Goober, did I win that conversation? La la la. Well then what, y'all? Wish I could respond back to me where we could talk. That would be cool too. Can you do that on Facebook where people are on there talking and recording their words? I'm learning all kinds of things, y'all. Whoop. Okay, now we're at the point where I tell you about them toothpicks. Because we need to get in the eyes, the cracks, and then we go down. You need to stick it up his nose like you're doing a COVID test. Poor baby. Oh my goodness. Handy dandy Q-tips. And then I also have these kind in here too in the package. You see the little bitty bristles on it is for your teeth. But it works really good in the mouth too and the ears. So you got this little knife looking thing at the bottom. And then you got your little brush little thing there. That's another little trick that I do. And you'll get to see that as well. You just take that while it's still wet. And don't dig. Whatever you do, don't dig. Because you possibly could push that into the cracks. And you don't want that, really. You don't. Now, if it's a kid that you're already opening eyes on, then that's okay. But really, you want to keep it where it's not getting all the way through. You want to make sure it's getting enough through that you can get all that paint off, but not that you're poking it all the way through that now you're going to have a crack. Because that's not good. Just remember, if you step on a crack, you break your mom's back. Just like when you're little and we did those things. The same thing with this one. I'm just going to go over because it's got all that red in there from the way that they do the eyes and stuff. And that's how you get it out. See? Let's see there a little closer so you can see what I've done. Same thing as up the nose, and you want to make sure you get it all because if you don't, then when you're painting, you're going to have a dirty nose. It's not going to look real. It's not going to look nice either. And because it's red, it doesn't look, or purple or whatever color, it doesn't look natural. Now, if you want to put boogies up in his nose, then that's on you, but I don't want boogies in my nose. I don't like them in my nose, and I don't want them in my baby's nose. So, we shall take that. And you want to do different ones because you don't want it to like carry on to other parts of it. So you want to trade them out. Like I said, you can get 300 of them for a couple of dollars at the Temu and AliExpress. I'm sure they got them on other places too, but even Amazon's more expensive. And if you can pay $1 for 300 of them on an AliExpress or Temu, why not? Because that would be the smart thing. Save you some money so you could put it towards kids. Or to other things that you want to use for it, like paints and things like that. Okay. So you want to get in this little crack too of his nose. And then right there, definitely want to make sure you get all of that. Because you don't want a baby with dirty nose. Especially when you go to paint him. It won't look right. Trust me, I know from errors of doing it. thinking I had it all. And also I didn't have the proper supplies like I have now. Now I got all kinds of supplies. And y'all thinking I'm using a lot of money and everything, but no, I actually bartered with some of y'all actually, where if I do the work, then they get the supplies that I need. Everything from hair to everything I use, even the kids. I do the work, they trade off with if they can't pay or whatever, then I bartered with them for things that I know I need, and if I'm already needing it, then that's money I don't have to spend to get it, so I'm still getting what I need. There you go. It's coming off real nicely. Okay. I'll show you in just a minute when I get this paint off of him on the face, on his nose and stuff, what he looks like and how clean it'll be. Like I said, this wedgie right here is really super soft, so you're not scrubbing the paint. Don't use the sponges that they tell you to use, or rough, or a scrubber. Don't do that, because the main thing that I hear people griping about when they're doing all this, like other people tell them to do it, they're scratching paint, they're scratching the kit up, they're doing all kinds of mistakes and stuff that, shouldn't be done, because even I'm getting it out of his nose, so he don't have no boogies. I don't like bear cubs in the cave. Not at all. Getting that little part right there in his mouth. Just make sure. But look up his nose. See how much cleaner that is? All up in his nose. Because we're getting all up in his business. I really hope me doing this and staying up with y'all and talking with y'all helps on a lot of different occasions of, what we've talked about. Something that I've talked with you about helps. I hope it does. Now you want to be careful using these wedgies too, because sometimes they'll break apart and then they'll get in things that they don't need to be in. But as long as you're watching it really carefully and you're taking care of it as soon as it gets in there, then you don't have to worry about it. We literally got all that paint off of his nose. We got a couple more spots, but that's not actually on him. It just needs to be taken off. There we go. Huh. Probably got some dragon breath right now, and that's what blew it off, but whatever works. You take medicine late at night and it makes your breath. Try using a CPAP machine that covers your entire face. So even brushing my teeth before I go to bed and everything, if I burp or anything like that, then it's gross, y'all. It's so gross. And so I even brush my teeth way more than 2 times a day. I do. Just because the medicines make me feel like my breath stinks, even when it doesn't. Sometimes it makes me feel like it, so it makes me self-conscious about it, because like it dries my mouth to be where I'm talking and it's all sticky, and then it just makes me feel like it's gross, because it is gross. Now, what I was telling you about this stuff right here, It's the advanced 99.9%. It's not going to ruin your vinyl either. I know because I do it whenever I didn't have my alcohol. That's the first thing I did, is just a tiny bit like that. And mixing with alcohol or whatever is not going to hurt it either, because it's already got it in there. So watch. It works too. So if you don't have alcohol, and that's all you have in your business is hand sanitizer, it does it too. Which also means when you're using hand sanitizer on your hands, make sure they're dry before you touch your baby. Because as you saw, this right here, that's just plain hand sanitizer. That's it. So people that are getting paint rubs and wondering why their babies are getting paint rubs and things like that, and they don't put dark clothes on their kids, it could be because you're washing your hands, but what stuff you're washing your hands with, and then you sanitize your hands because people tell you to sanitize them. You not got them dry before you touch your babies, and then voila, that's what they look like afterwards. And then you either have to strip them to get them repainted, or you send them to me, and I end up fixing them. So, or somebody else, another artist. It doesn't always have to be me. I've fixed quite a few of them because of it. But, and I wouldn't repaint them or anything. It's just they would have like a spot on them. And what I did is I would match the color, and then I would start in the middle and work my way out instead of starting around the circle and working my way in. That's one of the keys you need to that I learned. Like, I can't remember where I learned it or if it was just a trial by error. I can't really remember. But look at this. This is still going. I haven't done any more alcohol. Haven't done any more of that hand sanitizer. So this tells you the length life of that stuff coming in over here too, that it's still working. Even after it's drying, it's still working. So you really want to be careful, and I really hope that helped people, because that's what I'm here for, is to help you. That's my main goal of being on here, not just to talk to myself and hopefully not feel alone, but to teach as well. I like to teach, and I like to be taught too, so I like to learn new things all the time. Maybe it's ADHD, maybe it's my bipolar, maybe it's because now they said I'm on the autism spectrum. Nothing wrong with that, is not at all, because you can make it work for you. You really can. Way more things that I've been able to do. Now here's his mouth, y'all, look. And like I said, that's just a little bit of difference as far as just literally laying it on there and doing this. Watch. Let's start over here so you can see. Just this. And you're still going to take it off. Look. See? Watch. That's all I'm doing right there. Dun 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 do do do. And now we're off. So, like I said, you do not have to scrub. You don't. And if you've been scrubbing all your life, maybe this will help you save your hands. Because it does work. And it works very well. So, if you're sitting around at home and you don't have alcohol, which I think every house almost has alcohol, not the drinking kind either. Well, you might have it, but don't use the drinking kind on there. I haven't tried that, and I don't drink, so I haven't tried that kind of alcohol or not. I assume you shouldn't do it. Because if it's bad for you, think about what it is for that baby. It may just tear it right on up. But yo, we almost got this face, and then we got the ears and the head. Did it move again? I think this thing moves on its own. Because I haven't touched that darn thing. He just says, okay. I saw enough. Or I might have banged it and not known it. I have a really bad problem with being able to feel with my hands and feet because of neuropathy. So, I assume I must be hitting it somehow. Just wipe it down so I can see where I've been and what I got left. He is definitely coming along though. Yeah, while I was spinning with the brush, it went back up his nose, but that's okay because we're going to get that too. Alright, now we can see what we've done and what we've got left to do. Look at that. Can y'all see that okay? I hope so. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's right on there. I'm trying, y'all. Just bear with me. Once I get the mouth and stuff done, then I will get the nose again, because I'm just like the paint color or whatever's going over there. But it's understandable. Get that going. Just wipe it away so I know where I am. And then I know which cracks to go into to get it out. Got a little bit this way. And then we'll go to the ears and stuff like that after that. He's almost a naked scope. Look at that. And this is what I was talking about, how when it's just not drawn on, not colored, sorry, my bad, not painted, then it's a beautiful kit, don't get me wrong, he really is. But until you paint him, he's just that, a kit. Which is why you can buy a kit for under $100 or whatever, but then once it's painted, it's in I've seen them go over thousands of dollars. So, and yeah, so the artist makes the money off of the sculpt itself that they did, but they don't make anything off of you painting it that I know of. Unless you know a secret that I don't. So, that's why it's like important to make sure you're telling people the truth whenever it comes to them painting it, because even Bountiful Baby, you can go and get kits for $20, $30, and then by the time you're done with it, it can be $500, $600 or more. But the point of it is that I'm saying is it's still a kit until someone paints it. There are more expensive kits out there, don't get me wrong. Like the sold out kits and things like that. But, well, I already said it. It's a kit until it's painted. So whether you're buying it from Bountiful Baby, Irresistibles, I don't know all the places yet, I'm still learning, but that's all they get out of that. They don't that I know of get money from after you paint it. I don't think so. I don't know why they would. So it's not a lot that they're making off of these kid shows. So I don't know. All I know is most artists, unless they are like really high end and things like that, they're not making a rich living. They're doing it from first. I think it starts off as a hobby to them, and then they decide to put it to work. Like me, I do it mainly for a hobby. No, it's just y'all benefiting from my hobby, but it's still a hobby. Somebody got to take them though, because if y'all don't come and take them, then I can't make no more. Keep that in your mind. Yeah, y'all gotta be there too. It takes both the customer and the painter, because without y'all, they would just sit in the house. So I'm so thankful for all the people that have been here for me. That's helped me grow and become who I'm becoming. And don't worry, I'm never ever going to forget the people that started me out. And I don't forget, I guess I got told the little people. Well, I am a little people. So I don't care how much I get known or be able to do. I'm not going to be like that. I'm just not. I don't know. I don't ever want it to suck the joy out of me doing this. I want to always enjoy what I'm doing, and I really love what I'm doing right now. And I don't ever want to get where I'm snooty or mean to people because, oh yeah, no, I know these skills. No, I don't. I always want to be humble and help teach or help somebody out. And I always pay it forward every month. And now I'll be doing the free 5 giveaway. Now, if that keeps being fun, I'm trying not to let the few that started it already not being fun ruin it, because I was already at the point right then when that happened. Should I be doing this if people are going to get mad at me for getting a free baby? It's no different than me doing my crocheting and stuff. You're getting it for nothing. I'm even paying for the shipping. So, I don't understand that. I don't. Get demanded on how much it should weigh, get demanded on what it should be. I don't want the community to stop because of ugly people. It's not right. And you shouldn't let it either. You shouldn't. Just stay with it. You want somebody to help you, find somebody, well, even me, to encourage you, to help you, teach you what they know, and then find out together what else you can find out. Because I've done collaborations with some really nice artists, and they were beautiful. It added so much more to what I've learned to do, and it also enhanced what I was learning to do by doing it together. So that's really cool. And it's something that I treasure too as well, because they chose me to do that with them. And that is just amazing. And so grateful. Where's my little sticks? Okay. Let's see. I want to make sure you get it, I'm telling you. I broke that one, but it'll be alright in the morning. And I'm really not scrubbing on it. I'm just running it through. And that time I did. But that's only because it's a little spot that's not just paint. There we go. Just a little bit. That's really nice coming along. There we go. I think the longest that it takes to do things is the creases, to be honest with you. Because the rest is just a brush away. Literally. It's going to drain on its face, but that's okay. We got this. And besides, if it goes on his ears, that's where we want it to. So, we're good there. Brush, 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 brush. It's like brushing your teeth. Ta-da-da. Look at that, how fast that went too. Like I said, I'm not even pressing down on it. It's just literally just going. Got a little fat double chin. I can't wait to get him done, y'all, because I'm going to take him everywhere I go. To my doctor's appointments so my doctor can see him too. They love seeing the babies, I do too, so it's fun. So not only is it therapy, because that's how I started out, was therapy. It's a lot. It's an icebreaker. It's all kinds of things. People get to know what you're doing and see the things that you can do, and then they have, they don't doubt you as much then after that, and they show you more respect too, because they know that you are doing the best you can. Let's move this out the way here so I can put him here. That ran down, so that's good, because it just brought alcohol down in that little crack, and I was able to work it through. Let's see. So far, let's see what we got here. Up his nose. Now I'll go back through with the Q-tip with up his nose, eyes, mouth, and all that stuff. Now we're going to do his ears. Do. La-di-da-da-da-da-da. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. So yeah, if y'all tell me what y'all want to see and hear and learn, then that'll give me some more things to talk about as well with y'all on the other videos. But as you see, this is all in real time that I'm doing. And that's what I wanted to see too, is how long it really took. But then I can't really go by that, because I'm sitting here trying to show y'all, so I'm going to go slower than what I normally would on a home by myself, or even when Miss Lisa calls me and I do work for her on the phone when she's watching. She's like, oh my God, that was quick. And I'm like, yeah, where did you? I just started that thing. There we go. Getting his ear done. Slide that in there. And then you got a wedgie, of course, that you can slide in there too, so you can get all the other stuff in there. Just the wetness anyways. And then you got your little handy dandy Q-tip. Yeah, those are bodies over there because I've been working. And I haven't gone to bed yet, so that's why you see bodies everywhere. Dude, I thought his ears was pierced. I was like, ah, really? It wouldn't have mattered because I could fill them up either. Do you want to know how you fill up their ears whenever they're pierced and you don't want them? You heat up a rice sock, and put it on their ear, and then as it warms up or whatever, then you can just dab it and it'll go back to where you don't have a hole in it no more. That's what I've done with pierced ears that I've done, and they wanted to change it to a boy. And they didn't want the boy to have pierced ears. I've had people that wanted boys to have pierced ears. No big deal. That's their preference. But, yeah. So, now with this one, because it's smaller, and also it does that. So even if I can't see it, I know I'm doing it. He's gonna be tired of all this buzzing in his ear. Make sure you get back here too where y'all put paint. This is really relaxing, y'all. It really is. Maybe when y'all get stressed out and everything and you have kits that you want me to do or whatever, y'all can just strip them before I get them. It'll be so therapeutic too. And then we just go from there. Or you can send them my way and I'll strip them. Buzz, buzz, buzz in your ear. Look. I don't know how long that was, but my toothbrush is on a 2-minute timer, so every time I'm using it, if it doesn't go off, I know I'm not using it for 2 minutes. So that's how I know how fast some things that I'm doing are going, is because that toothbrush is on a timer. Get that little bit of water out of there. And that got almost everything. No. Wow. My little bitty ear's almost done. Doink. That one's already broke out of the package, but that's alright. We just get us another one. You don't want to use the broken ones, y'all. Don't, because it will scratch. You want to make sure it has the Q-tippy part, but like not a lot. Let me see if I can get that in there. Good, there you go. You want just, it's literally just like tipped in Q-tip. Goofy laugh. It's a little Q-tip pun. I think it did have its ears pierced, y'all. Hold on. Nope. That was just a speck of paint. We got that. No ears pierced. Alright. No one was hurt during this process. Well, he might have been, but there's nothing we can do about that. Look how clean that ear is. That's marvelous. Now we got said another ear. Oh, my friend also taught me that if you get a rice stock like really hot and everything, don't boil it, but if you get it hot in the microwave, then while you're doing your ears and stuff, before you paint them though, because I don't know if it'll do the paint, but if you set it on the baby's ear, because like if you get one straight out, it doesn't look right. But if you put the ice on there, sock on the ear for just a few seconds, then you can like mold and bend, like to make it look more natural. And if you already knew that, well, then that's okay. But now, if you didn't, now you do. No, I'm going to use that one again. There we go, yeah. Because that's able to get up in there. Like I said, this thing is on a 2-minute timer, so. Now the red is probably going to be the hardest to move as far as with this, because it's not just paint. It's drawn on as well, and then it's sealed, it looks like. But so was everything else, so we're going to do it. I have faith in this process. Did y'all get bored yet, or y'all still around? Can somebody ding me to let me know somebody's on? I don't hear none yet right now. I don't know if you can or not. I'll find out whenever I'm done with the video, though. That's the only way I can find out. There we go. It's coming along. That's for sure. See what we got done. Now, yeah, I told you that it's not normal. That cat is not normal. It is a goober. I'm a goober. I named it Goober. That's probably why it's yelling at me, because I named it Goober. And now we're just taking the little Q-tip in there and getting in the cracks. Now, as you saw earlier, I really didn't have to do that with the other one. But with this one I do because his ear has a little bitty cracky right here. Can y'all see what I'm doing here? I'm trying to keep y'all informed and entertained too at the same time. Sometimes I get quiet though, so I apologize for that. There we go. Now it's clean. Oh, by the way, you can clean your brush like that too, on the pad. Now look, here's another ear. It's magic. Oh, let me turn it back this way. Put this last touch on this and then it's going to come right off. And then I'll be moving on to the hair, and then we shall see. No. It didn't want to come out that time. Okay. There you go. It's no different to cleaning your ears, except for you don't want to shove a Q-tip up in there. Nice. We are almost done, y'all, with this ear. Even in the cracks and crevices, it's coming out. It's doing that little looking like it's pierced again right there. Till I take it off like I did last time. Okay. All it is just paint pieces. That's all it is. And so when you do this, it's going to come off. There we go. Alright, so we got that ear. Then we got that ear. Got his face. And I'm just wiping him down to see what else I need to get into before I go to his hair. I definitely want to make his hair the last thing I do. Okay, there's some paint right there in the crack. And a little crack there. Here, crack there, where crack. Gotta clean them. There we go. Nice. You want to make sure you get all that lipstick off too, because you don't want none of that. You want it completely naked, like it came. Any of that shading or coloring you do not want on there, because when you're adding your colors through there, it will show and it won't do right. So, I may not be a professional artist yet, but I'm a professional stripper. Yeah, I can definitely do this. Oh, come on now, that was funny. There's his face now. He's got, gonna get that little crack and that crack, and then we can switch over to the head. Now the head's probably gonna go a lot faster because it's in one spot and not all the creases that you have to get into, like you do with the limbs and the face. So it'll go a lot faster than this part, which is usually why I wait until last to do it, and also so it doesn't bleed everywhere else. And another thing an artist told me is, like, dolls that you have to reroot, if you get the inside of their head super, super hot, not where you're melting the vinyl, but with the rice sock, and then you go back and you've already got all the hair out. Matter of fact, I forgot to add that. But then the vinyl will allow you to reroot it without all those big, huge holes. Like I said, this past week I have learned so much and can't wait to put it to use. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. There he is. He's got his ears. Got some little pieces from the wedgie. Okay, now we're going to turn him this way where he's not going to have paint on his face. You can even put one of these down if you want to put his head on, so it doesn't run into the face. Like I said, this is just hand sanitizer. Let's see if I'm going to start off with this one or not. Yeah. You are seeing this in real time. And like I said, this is just hand sanitizer. So when you're holding your babies, like I said before, in case you missed it, when you're holding your babies and after you get those hands washed because you think your hands have got to be super clean before you hold your baby, this stuff strips paint. I am not pushing down. Look, I'll even show you with this one. It strips paint like no tomorrow. You see that? Now, be careful. With the head, you can use the same sponge like you paint with them. Just getting them all over. Trying to get that little spot. If it goes bleeding, that's fine. You'll get it. But look how much we've already got done. In just not even just a couple minutes, if that. And like I said, I'm not scrubbing. I really ain't. Especially with the toothbrush. Now with this, you do have to add a little bit of elbow grease, they call it. But other than that, no, you don't. Not with these anyways. Looking out my back door. And this is why I want to know what y'all would like to see and what we can learn together. Because if y'all tell me something that I can learn, I will watch YouTube like crazy, learn how to do it, and teach you. And if you want to do like a live session with me and us do it together and y'all teach me and I teach y'all, that's great. That's what it's all about, being an artist, is being able to pass down tricks and trades and help anything that can help the community. Now, if you can't get in that crack very good, sometimes you can actually stick your finger in there and then do it like that before, like, to get everything besides your Q-tip. Now, I'm just doing this to see what I got to paint and what's not paint. To paint or not paint is the question. See, you don't even have to hold on to it. It'll still do it. See? Just need a tiny bit of hand sanitizer or alcohol, whatever. Your preferred method. And then it just comes off like that. Do-do-do. Whee! Whee! Da-da-da. That'd be really cool if y'all could talk back, though. If somebody knows how to do that, where you can go live with other people on and talking, let me know, because I'm still learning this whole thing. Alright, once you get that spot done, take you a handy dandy wipe. It doesn't have to be these, y'all. Y'all can use regular wipes, baby wipes, whatever. Just, you don't want the ones with all that fragrance and stuff. You want hypoallergenic, and you also want fragrance free. Because if you get the ones with the fragrance, they're liable to have something in there that may or may not react with your vinyl. I just know what I know. That's it. That's all I know. There it goes. we don't have much left to do to this. And then I'll put everything up, and then tomorrow I'll wash it and get all the rest of this off. And then you'll get to see it then too. Do, do, do. That's one thing about having those pads too, is you don't have to keep on using paper towels and stuff like that. You can just wipe it on the pad. It ain't gonna hurt it. Well, it will. It'll make it dirty, but it's not gonna do anything. That little spot. Sometimes you have tricky spots and you just have to work with them. Because like it could be like an extra layer of paint they did or what have you. But you just monkey with it. It'll come off. See? Like that. That's barely touching it. And that came off. And then you want to make sure you get behind the ears. Always, always behind the ears. Because that's where people hide paint and they dab it and dab it and dab it. And then it builds up back there too. Or just the opposite, where there's no paint back there because somebody didn't paint back there. But either way, you got to get it if it's there. And then I have a little bit on the ear part here, so I need to get that off too. But it's coming right off. And like I said, I'm not doing it harder. It would break the toothpick or Q-tip or whatever. There you go. And that's why I also say don't use toothpicks, because you want some kind of barrier between what you're working with and the vinyl. You don't want to make it to where that the vinyl acts up with that. Okay. Alright. We got another little spot right here. I'm gonna get that right there. There we go. Okay. Look how much we got done though, y'all. That's complete, almost. We got just a little bit left. We're getting along there. Okay, I've used 14 of these now. But he's got a big head, y'all, so bear with me. Now, like I said, y'all don't have to do it the way I'm doing it. I'm just showing you how I do it. And it doesn't ruin the vinyl. It doesn't. So don't let anybody tell you it will, because if you do it like this, it's not going to ruin the vinyl. Unless you're scrubbing it with a scrubber, which some people do anyway to try to get this stuff off. And then they wonder why it's like, oh no, I scratched it. Well, that's why. So I'm just trying to give you my way, which is a way, not always the way. Get around. And there you go. It's just, that's all it is. It's just like a matter of getting it done. And you can see it like what I'm doing. You can do it like that too, and then at the end, then you can wipe it down and see what you're doing. Either way, mix it up. Okay, I hope that's paint and not a crack. We're about to find out though. Please be paint. Both of y'all, come on, be paint. It is paint, y'all. Yes, I'm a happy girl. It's like combing his hair. Look at that. You can make it fun if y'all want to. You don't have to make it all serious all the time. Like, you can like give him a mohawk. Do little designs in the head while you're getting it clean. Take pictures of it. Have fun. The magic. La 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 la. It's magic. Before you tell me I ain't right, I already know I ain't, so don't worry about that. But as you see, it's not hurting anything on the vinyl. I just kind of want to make a point in case somebody tells you, don't do that, it's going to hurt the vinyl. No, it ain't. It ain't. And I found it out myself because I strip all kinds of vinyls. People give me all their boo-boos and stuff like that. So that's all I've been doing is before I can paint some of these kits, I have to strip them. So I've found all kinds of neat little nooks and crannies on doing that. Excuse me. Let's see what we got here. What we got here is a failure to communicate. I really hope y'all are having fun and learning things, and also will respond and teach me things, because I always want to be learning something. I think that keeps you going and alive is when you're learning stuff. Oh, well, that wasn't smart. Let me get my hands wiped down first, so when I'm putting my hands on him, it's not going to transfer red to him, where I've already cleaned. There we go. Now we're good. We're good to go. Like I said, if y'all ever watch some of my videos, they're quite interesting, especially when I'm trying to do things with my hands, because, like I said, they both do the same thing. Like, I am so ambidextrous, y'all, that is not funny. I literally can do everything with one hand that I can the other. Like, for serious. Okay, let's see what we got here. We got the side of the head done. Look. Even in the back. Wipe it down so you can actually see it. And like I said, we'll go back and get the creases and stuff like that after I get all this red off of him. because until that gets off of him. Oh, look at there. I saw his frontal. Alright. Work, work, work. I know, right? Are you serious? Courtney messaging me, asking me, did you get Pippa done? No. She is done. But she is not getting pet together yet because I'm busy. And right now is my time, so I do what I want on my time. I can't do 24/7 for everybody else. I need to have some time for me. And this is my birthday gift that I got myself. And it's been the kit that I've been wanting since I started this reborning. And I was like, you know what? I talked to the girl that I got her from, Kirsten, and she was so honest with me about what was wrong with her or him. It was a her then, but she sent him as a, so I was like, I didn't care that he had boo-boos and everything because I knew he was coming with them. And I was like, I don't care, I want him. And she sent him to me. And here we are today doing this together. I'm combing his hair. And it's one of those combs that as you comb it, his hair disappears. That's a magic comb right there, y'all. And I know I'm goofy. I really do. But it's fun. Look at that. It's beautiful. He is so beautiful. I have this vision for him, y'all, and I really hope I can pull it off. So far, I really, really do. This is crazy how this works. I really thought it was going to be hell getting this red out. But you're watching me. This is alcohol, if you can smell it. You saw me pour it from the container. And then you also saw me use hand sanitizer. I did that on purpose because I wanted to show y'all one of the reasons why y'all are getting paint rubs and parts coming off your dolls after you first get them. It's not always the artist. It's the things that y'all are doing that y'all aren't aware of. It will do it to silicone as well. So when you're washing your hands, it's okay to wash them and sanitize them, but always, always make sure that sanitizer is off too. Or at least completely dry. Because like I just showed you earlier, even after it dries on here, you can still use it to take off this paint. And you see what I'm doing, like, for real time on how I'm not scrubbing it. I'm just taking it completely off. See? Look at that. It's all bald and shiny now. Now, we got almost half of the head. And then we only got that little spot left. So we're doing good. Alright. So let's get her done. There we go. Here we go. Is this relaxing for y'all to watch as it is for me to do it? Like I said, I'm willing to learn and do other things for y'all and teach, or us learn together. It's crazy. That's wild. Okay, let's try wiping some of that off. It really lets you know where you are. Just working it and then wiping it. Work, wipe, work, wipe. All the W's. And then, like, you can switch up. It's the same thing. I mean, it really is, y'all. So, you can switch up from alcohol to this because it's got that alcohol in it as well. It's really nothing special. But it will turn you red if you do it. Okay, here we go. Ready, real time. This literally is like giving a haircut. You know, when you're giving a kid a buzz or something. Take you through. We're literally shaving his hair off, y'all. Oh, mercy. Don't cut hair like that, though, okay? You really don't want to cut hair. You go like this, that's fine. But you don't want to do this to their hair. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Don't want to get my hands on that. Not all that work that I've done. There we go. Okay, here we go again. I'm just turning this way this time. Here we go, y'all. Give him a buzz cut. Y'all really are seeing this in real time. Look at that. 2 fingers even, watch. I'm not even pushing on it. I'm seriously not. I am just letting it run. That's it. That is wild, I'm telling you. All them layers that was on it, just like, let's wipe it off. You know Mr. Miyagi when he taught, karate and stuff like that? His wax on, wax off. Like, literally, that's what this has been with this method that I do. So as y'all see, there's no shortcuts in your work as far as quality. I just found better ways to do it, that's all. Well, for me. Better ways for me to do it. And it may not be for somebody else, but for me. And I gotta keep saying me because it's not everybody else. Right, here we go with the sideburns. Off with the sideburns. Here we go. There we go. Can you still see okay? Am I keeping everybody up? Or just catching different audience at different times? This is crazy. I just can't get over this. And I hope by y'all watching and doing this, y'all will have a better success on even stripping y'all's kits, that y'all actually aren't scared to do it. It definitely would save money whenever y'all strip them and send them than it would be everybody else having to strip them too, because that's what the main process is. I mean, it's one thing to paint them, but like you see, it's very time consuming too. And if I did it the other way that I was taught to do it, I would be here for days trying to strip these things. And then I was like, I can't. My hands, I have to find another way. And it was time for me to go get new toothbrushes and stuff, and I was like, you know what, I have a new toothbrush head, let's try it. I had an extra one, and then I tried it, and I was like, this is a game changer. I ain't changing back again. $5 to strip hair in a few hours rather than days. I'm good. I am so good if that's all it is. And so here's even people that don't have, very good control with their hands. Look, I'm just literally. I don't even know what time it is. I don't care either, I'm having fun. And notice this is red paint and it's still coming off, okay? Sometimes red paint will stain the heck out of vinyl. But doing it this way, I haven't had any problems. I haven't. Alright, so let's leave him a little spot right there and wipe him down right quick. See what we got to work with. Okay, I do need to get a cleaner one. Let's see where all that red was. It looks like it's going to stain it, but it's coming right off. Are y'all excited about this last little bit? I know I am. Put that back there. Here we go, y'all. Say goodbye to Mr. Nino as we knew him. Parting is such sweet sorrow, but we shall see what you turn into tomorrow. Tomorrow. Or another day. Depends on how busy I get. Y'all, if I'm not able to answer the phone messages all day tomorrow, I have to go take care of some business with my mom. She had passed in August, and I have to go do an appraisal on her house, and I have my lab work. Yeah, that's what it is. My lab. So don't be upset if I just can't get to the phone and message y'all back. Leave a message. I'll get back to you after the beep. Because there's some things I just have to get done. Not choices. But it has to be done. Look at that, y'all. Now we just go back and get the residual. Is that what it's called? I think it's called residual. Leftovers. Whatever you want to call it. Just shine his head, that's what I'm going to do. And then take a clean one. Don't use a dirty one though. Not with this part of it. Not with this process. You just want to go right back over him. Make sure you got all the little nooks and crannies. And then you want to fold this so it's okay if you see your bed, that's fine. But you don't want him sitting in what he's already been out of. Yeah, a little bit of, I guess, residual pellet glass sand in his head. So it ended up getting a little bit on him, but that's okay. No big deal. Comes off too. There we go. He sure is a pretty kid. Very cute. Alright, I'll turn him this way so I can get this off. And then he'll be ready for his bath after we get in the cracks. And that'll be tomorrow. Because after I get the cracks done, then I'm going to bed for a minute. Just to lay down, I'm not going to sleep or anything. I won't be able to sleep. Yeah, see that? It came out of his head. No biggie. We're just going to cover it like that. Okay. Make sure I got him without that stuff on his head. And then I'm just going to go back through and do what we did, but we're going to do it in the cracks. And then whenever he gets his bath, it'll get that other stuff off that's left on there. No biggie. And then whenever I get him completely washed and everything, I'll show you what he looks like with pictures, or go back online or something, whatever. We shall see. I think the hardest part to get out between the creases and stuff is also with the writing on their necks, because it's engraved in them, so it's going to go in every little crack of hole that's in there. So what I do is I just go through it with my Q-tip, and just like in the little cracks, just clean like I am. Just takes longer because it's got individual letters. Yeah. My hand's just sitting there. It's not pushing on him or nothing. I just like get him really good and done, and then when he gets his bath, all this extra residual stuff right here, see, it's coming right off. It's just needs to be washed. Whew. It jumped at me. Did you see that? Q-tip is a frog. See, just get those little spots. Comes right off. But do not use a Q-tip. I mean, do not use a toothpick, because you may scratch. And if you break one of these, don't use it either, because you may scratch. A lot of things you may scratch. There we go. That's the hardest part as far as time consuming goes. It's just getting that in the cracks, in the crevices, whatever you want to call them, in the ears, the nose, the eyes. Because you're like taking layers. Well, you're not like, you are taking layers off. So by the time you get to one layer that you got off, you still have to go back and make sure those other layers are coming off as well. Which so far they're doing really good. But I'm also just running over it with a toothbrush with no pushing or anything else. So the rest will come out whenever I'm washing him. And give more of a clear color. Because this is still got, you can still see like a light wash on there. But all I'm going to be doing is taking this and just wiping it off. and then it'll be like another layer. But when you've got it in the sink or whatever and you're washing it, that will come off too. You can see those layers that was on there. There you go. Now you can see the difference from here to here. And that's just wiping it off with a sponge. Just kind of taking away the paint that was on there. You can see, and I'll show you in just a second. When I get a big spot done where you can really tell. There you go. Now you can really tell where this layer is still on here. Let me see. You got this layer that's off. This layer's still on. That's what you want it to look like. You don't want it to look like that. And that also gets that red off as well. That's been left behind. I'm tired of that sponge. So clean it up a little bit. Get all that off. See, it's coming right off. Just gotta get in the cracks too with the sponge. So when people are telling you that red is going to stain it, if you do it this way, it really comes off. Like, I've done a lot of redheads and the washes and stuff that you do on there. And I don't know about heat set. Well, this one's done with heat set, so I don't know. So I guess it would work. I know it works on acrylic for sure. Because I've painted a lot of redheads. Made a lot of redheads. And red babies because they wanted preemies, and preemie has a lot of red in it. Like, he's almost done as far as getting ready to get washed. And then let me turn him around so you can actually see what I'm doing here, since I forgot. I got an audience. I gotta make sure y'all can see what I'm doing. Like, literally just going over it, and it's got the little reds and stuff like that off. You can go in little circles like this too, and it gets it off, and then you can see what you're doing too. Oh, in case y'all are wondering what I'm using, it's just a sponge. It's not abrasive or anything like that. It's like a texture sponge. You can even like do your modeling with it. It's amazing because it doesn't have like square off parts or anything. It's all throughout it. You can use your tweezers and pull some more off of it like this. You can have it like this. You can have it like that. You can do anything you want to with it, really. But it's amazing. It's great. I love it anyways. And they're very cheap too, for like a pack of 30. I think I spent like $4 and something for a pack of 30 of them. Poor Nino has been through hell. And you know, this is when the artists and stuff start putting price tags on things, because of the hours and time and physical labor. I mean, like, this is physical labor. You have to do this. It's not going to do it itself. But I still don't want to make it to where my friends and people can't afford to have. Why did I do that? I'm going to put it over there now because I can't use it, but I don't know why I did that. I meant to set it to the side, but I threw it on in the trash. By the trash. Okay, see where you got this little bit of a red tint right there? We're going to take that off too. There you go. What you think? And you can do more too. Because as soon as you get it done, we can go tomorrow or later today when I get home from dealing with the stuff with my mom. And then I guess I'll pack that other order that I got bugging me. And then maybe have some me time. I don't know. We shall see. I have me time too, even rooting hair. I absolutely love it. If y'all can't see what I'm doing, I'm just really wiping this on the pad in a clean spot. Because I need to get into this spot right here. In the letters, watch this. That is like the hardest place to get these paints off. Even the JD. Okay, what do you think? That's all you gotta do. Just like run it through. You can even do it like this and it comes out. But you want to get in those individual letters, so like you're brushing your teeth, the little round circles, that gets it out. Just like you're brushing your teeth. And that takes a little bit longer because you got to get in all them little nooks and crannies, because if you don't, then it's going to have paint there and you're not going to like that. And then you can also, after doing this, you can even go through with your little Q-tip thingy and take out the extra. But look how clean that one side is to the other. The difference. almost got it all out. There we go. I got that last bit out. And then now let's do JD. And now you know little secrets of how you can get your kit done even with your hands hurting like hell and being in pain with other issues. You can still get it done without it hurting you the way it does the old way. Because literally after you get done, you can just go right back over it and get to places that didn't come out right away. The little creases, that little fontanel area there, frontal area, which you can definitely tell where you've been, where you go, and everything on here because of the way it's shaded on here. You can tell the different places that you've got to go and that you've been. And then once you get them completely done, then and only then do you want to paint, because you do not want to mess it up. Because then you did all that business for nothing. But one thing about vinyl though is you can strip it and do it again and again until sometimes if you do it too many times though it's going to look the same because it's already warped or made it so stained, and then people can't get the right color that they want. There it goes. It's just a little fuzzy. We almost got that bad boy done. Go back in the ears. That's where I see a little bit. So I'm going to go back and grab a clean Q-tip. And then I'm going to get it. Get in there. Make sure you get it all. Even the little paint flakes or anything like that that you got left in there, you definitely want to get it. And if it won't come out like that and you have to blow it to get it out and it still doesn't come out, what you can do is you can just take a clean side, get it a little wet with that alcohol, and then it lifts it. It sticks to it somehow. It's magic. And then you have a clean ear. That was fuzz. Now you want to do the same thing on the other side. There we go. Nice. Like I said, you really want to make sure you get in the mirrors, because when you're doing your tones, when you're doing the parts where you're going in and doing the colors and depths and adding definition, then you definitely want that all clean up, because if you go in there and you try to put a blue or a red in there, it's really going to look dirty. Trust me, I know from experience. I didn't know any better. I thought, oh, you know what, it needs to be dark anyway. Well, it didn't need to be dark like that. So I would have to go in and take it out and redo it. trial by error, and just be patient with yourself. This is a learning thing. This isn't something that you're just going to pop up and say, oh, you know what? I know how to do all this. Because it's not. You got to learn somewhere. And that's why I get so frustrated when other artists aren't wanting to help you, because if somebody didn't help them, where would they be? That's just the way I see it. Is, would they really be the artists that they are today if no one showed them and all they had to do was go by tutorials on the computer, that they have to look up, and some artists that are on there doing and teaching, well, they're not always doing and teaching. So, just be kind. And if people want to know what you're doing and how you're doing it, take it as a compliment that they want to know and want to learn. And another thing that some artists are scared of, I guess, is that another artist is going to overdo them or something. And there's so many people out there that want Reborn Jaw that it doesn't have to always be a competition. It could be a unification, Everybody unite and do something that they love, and share their little tips and tricks. And from me studying all this stuff, I'm learning that all this stuff started on Behringer dolls. And now people, even in the Reborn community, are saying that Behringer dolls aren't real Reborns. Well, that's where I beg to differ big time, because if it wasn't for those learning how to do on dolls like that, and from the stores and stuff like that, Reborn wouldn't be what it is now. It started somewhere, y'all know. And I want that to be like that, because it gives me different textures. Just because I just want to go just like that over it. And then it's still soft. Both of them are soft. It just gives an extra. You don't want to do this with your other sponges. This is just because I was already doing this with this sponge anyway. I was already ready to. So, no worries. If not, you can do the same thing with your toothbrush, getting in the cracks and stuff like that. Just want to go over it, make sure the staining and all that stuff is gone. It's looking really, really good, y'all. I'm very, very happy with it. Now that was a little bit of elbow grease there, but that's because it still had that little bit of paint residue. So we're good. We are so good. I'm just going to get his little forehead some more, because it had a little spot on it. Isn't he just the cutest? Oh my goodness. So cute. Hey, it's daylight over here. Is it 6 o'clock yet? That's crazy if it is. We just worked through the daylights. Alright, y'all. I am going to call it, because now I just need to let it rest. Let him have a break. And clean up my mess. And then just lay down and chill a little bit until it's time for me to get ready for my lab. And I can't eat or drink anything. I just have to fast unless I have water. So that sucks. So that's what we'll be doing. Just cleaning our little messes up and stuff. I got stuff everywhere, y'all. Now remember my commercial? That commercial. with the Eye Witch. That's Cindy Rain Wilwert, and she makes the best eyes. And she also has a COA with her eyes. And not only that, she doesn't mass produce, she actually pours them and makes them to like the colors you want, and like fairy eyes and unicorn eyes. She makes all kinds of different eyes. You just tell her what you're looking for. Let me see if I can get that straightened on there. If it can focus. There we go. I think that's right. Anyway, that's her. She also, her other place is called Centrewing Enchanted Children, home of the Eye Witch, and she's amazing. So y'all hook her up, and y'all message her, look at her work, and let her know I sent you. And this is Tanya with Texas Turner Rascals, and I'm gonna have to get out of here. I gotta go pee too. So I will talk to y'all later. Finish. Bye.